To order. So thank you all for being here. Hopefully it'll be something. We got some new faces here. We have them in Houston and Dallas, San Antonio, and of course in Austin. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Good morning again. We're just saying thank you for being here. We do rotate these meetings around to the major metropolitan areas so that more people can have access to come and see what we do up here, and hopefully it'll be a good experience for you. We want to start off with the pledges, so I'd like to ask Diane McCoy to do the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And John George, would you lead us in the Texas pledge, please?
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
Okay, thank you all. So we have, I would open the floor for a motion to accept an excused absence for Commissioner Bernstein.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So this morning, or during the meeting, let me remind everyone, we do have, this is available for CE credits up to 4 hours. So here's the thing. You have to sign in, hopefully you've done that, and then you, when the meeting's over, you sign out. And that's how you get the credit. Could be up to 4 hours. That, we will break, around 11:45 or noon for, a bite to eat, but I'll talk about that more when we get there. If you'd like to provide public comment regarding the Realm portal, you may do so by filling out the sign-in sheet at the entrance of the room. These comments will be heard under agenda item 10. I know I've got one up here too, actually. So if any of you would like to take that opportunity, that would be the way to get it done. If anyone needs assistance with Realm, we have staff here that can assist you during the meeting. So who should they? Okay, Vanessa, is she sitting outside still? Okay. No, there's Vanessa. So there she is. If you have some technical questions or need help with that, see Vanessa outside. Thank you. So we're going to move things around as we always do on the agenda. What we're going to start off with now is the Texas A&M report from the Real Estate Center, and we're lucky again to have Pamela Cannon here, the director, to give us a report today. So we appreciate you being here, Pamela.
I didn't realize I would be first. Thank you.
It's always a good thing, yeah.
It's appropriate giving an economic update so we can set the stage, right? Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, and to Director and staff and all of our guests here. It's great to be with you. I have a quick, if that's possible, economic update to let you know what we're studying and learning at the center. The economic environment in Texas is changing, but it's still good. Texas remains highly competitive, even though we're seeing some easing from the recent boom we've had to maybe a more stable environment. We do face some significant challenges, though, and I wanted to highlight a few of those more important ones. The obvious one is the geopolitical shock of the conflict in Iran. That and the subsequent closure of the Strait of Hormuz has caused West Texas Intermediate oil prices to surge, as everyone knows, to 56% in March. ending the month above $104 per barrel. And even though there's been a little bit of movement, even today it was at 103 and Brent is at 111. Another impact is the $38 trillion US federal debt that accounts for 1 percentage point increase in interest rates. This costs median home borrowers an additional $76,000 over the life of a 30-year mortgage. And in the job market, we're seeing less correlation between economic growth and job growth, which normally run together. Output remains strong even though hiring has slowed. Many firms are integrating AI to boost their productivity. And while the job growth in late 2025 was near zero, economic output was still strong. And we're watching where data center initiatives settle, balancing the demand for resources versus self-sufficiency. Some communities are happy to host data centers with a view to the revenue generation, and others are not so much, not so happy and are not so welcoming and even fighting back. What we do have to accept is that AI is here and it's rapidly changing things. We aren't certain where those changes will show up most. Another pressure grew as total migration to Texas fell by half in the 12 months leading up to last summer. International migration dropped by 53%, and even domestic migration fell 22%. And this has all had an effect on the comparative affordability advantage that Texas held against other states in the South and in the Midwest. In Texas housing markets, the single-family median home price is about $325,000, still substantially lower than the national level of $402,000. But February sales marked a 2.2 decrease year over year, and the overall number of sales this year slipped 2.6%. Active inventory has risen to 4.8 months supply, which means over 134,000 homes. And that's edged up from last year's rate of 4.4%. So homes are spending an average now of 82 days on the market, up from 74 just a year ago. And this is the longest time on market since 2013. And there are still barriers to entry for home ownership. Student loan debt remains a significant factor in that age group. Student debt lowers home ownership rates by about 1.8% for adults in their 20s and 30s. And some young adults are reaching those milestones, the traditional milestones of getting married, having children, and it changes the timing on when they want to buy a house. However, we have found that there is resilience in that under 35 age group, and despite high prices, despite the rates right now, home ownership for adults under 35 has remained remarkably stable at about 37.5%, which is nearly identical to 1994 levels. So that number of that age group are still buying at the same rate, but it may be that other 2/3 that are waiting longer to buy. More than half of Gen Z and millennial homeowners, however, did look to their families, primarily those baby boomer parents, to help finance their new home purchase. Builders are feeling the same affordability pressures as buyers, with construction material costs remaining more than 45% above pre-pandemic levels. Builders are responding, though, to high rates and construction costs by shifting toward attainable price points. Homes at price points above $500,000 declined, but at the same time, new homes priced below $250,000 have increased, accounting for about a 17% of sales in 2025. And that's up from a low during 5 years ago of only 7%. So there's growing demand now that builders are responding to for smaller, more efficient homes, ultra-small studio-type detached units, to meet the needs of both downsizers as well as first-time homebuyers who are a little bit constrained by affordability. The center's 2026 forecast for new single-family permits in Texas is for 1% of increase, totaling about 155,000 units. In multifamily housing, there's a surplus of about 135,000 unleased apartments. Austin holds a disproportionate share of those at 22%, and in the major markets, Houston holds the least. To attract those tenants, landlords are offering heavy concessions, such as many months of free rent, even though they're being squeezed by higher insurance and labor costs. So in this environment, it could take up to 3 years to fully absorb currently built multifamily housing. Ultimately, it would take quite a significant job and population growth to fill up those empty units. In the commercial sector, we're expecting some office market consolidation as the focus is on quality. There's far more demand for premium Class A type buildings than the older B or C properties now. And despite all of these geopolitical effects and headwinds, the center's 2026 forecast anticipates a 2.5% increase in home sales and a modest 1.3% rise in median home price, probably to around $334,000, even with interest rates expected to fall later this year. And then looking out a little bit farther, when the One Big Beautiful Bill Act of 2025 expires in 2029, the temporary 40,000 state and local tax cap reverts back to $10,000 and is expected to provide a major advantage for long-term growth in Texas. In a few months, the center will be publishing another themed issue of its journal on housing, and then we'll follow with it in the fall with the annual State of Texas Housing Report. So thank you so much for your time. Questions? Yeah.
Commissioner?
Pam, do we know in the sub 250 price point that you were talking about, do we know what percentage of those are owner occupants versus investors?
I don't have that. It's hard to come up with that, but we actually are looking at it. We hope to put that kind of information into our housing report coming. Mm-hmm. Good.
Anyone else? Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank
so
you very much. Okay, we're going into the next section of the agenda, which is staff and committee reports. So if you're following along, we're going to start off with the Broker Responsibility Advisory Committee. Deputy Executive Director Vanessa Burgess, also our technical support person for Realm. Is there anything you don't do, Vanessa?
Balance computer as well.
Oh, okay. All
This
right.
looks
Thank you.
terrifying.
Thank you.
And actually, in that vein, I do have a piece of housekeeping I need to present.
Okay.
Okay, so for everyone who parked today, they are going to put a kiosk out front in the lobby so that you can go ahead and check out and pay, and that way there's not an enormous line of everybody trying to get out. So you can go ahead and take care of that during one of the breaks or during lunch. Okay. Vanessa Burgess, for the record, and I will be presenting on behalf of the Broker Responsibility Advisory Committee, the BRAC, at its April 8th meeting. The BRAC focused on 3 topics, 3 areas. First was intermediary, then requirements for inactive license holders to return to active, and finally the growing role of transaction coordinators. I'll turn first to the topic of intermediary and designated brokers. So the BRAC discussed how intermediary applies under current law when the brokers involved are business entities who share the same designated broker. TREC has typically not considered this to be a situation where intermediary is triggered, even if the designated broker may be shared, because ultimately, The broker representing each side of the transaction is not the same. The BRAC, however, is recommending that the definition of intermediary be reconsidered to include situations where the designated broker of a business entity may be the same on both sides of a transaction, even if the broker is not. And because this is a recommendation from the BRAC, I am happy to take any feedback that you all may have on this topic to the committee for its next meeting. Anyone have? We can't hear you. Oh. Get closer to the mic. Yes. Oh, not like that. Yes, I'm quiet on a mic, but very shrill in real life. Is it still bad? Ah. Hello? Okay. Did you guys hear what I said? All right, let's do it again. Okay. The BRAC discussed how intermediary applies under current law when the brokers involved are business entities who share the same designated broker. TREC historically has not considered this to be a situation where intermediary is triggered, even if the designated broker may be shared, because ultimately the broker representing each side of the transaction is not the same. The BRAC is recommending that the definition of intermediary be reconsidered to include situations where the designated broker of a business entity may be the same on both sides of the transaction, even if the broker is not. And since this is a formal recommendation of the BRAC, I can take any feedback that the commission may have directly to the committee for its next meeting.
My feedback would be that TREC's historical handling of this is correct.
I would agree.
What did you say? The historical handling is correct. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, well, I will take
Anyone
that
else?
feedback to the committee.
Okay. Great.
All right, I'm going to speak up. Next, they spoke about inactive license requirements and ensuring competency upon reactivation. So the committee discussed the current requirements for license holders returning from inactive to active status. One of the things currently that license holders must do in order to return back to active is to submit proof that they have completed continuing education requirements looking back 2 years from the date the application is filed. The BRAC raised some concerns about scenarios where license holders may remain inactive for extended periods and then return to active status with minimal updated training, particularly since industry practices, contracts, and regulations may significantly change during long periods of inactivity. The committee discussed the potential risk to consumers if returning license holders are not fully up to date. The members expressed interest in exploring the development of a required refresher course for inactive license holders returning to active status, identifying key topic areas such as contracts, agency, and representation, and exploring a tiered or step-up education model based on inactivity duration. A subcommittee was formed by the BRAC that will further develop recommendations which will be brought to the full commission. And that subcommittee plans to present the details of their work at the July 14th BRAC meeting. Finally, there was a discussion about the role of transaction coordinators as it relates to oversight and consumer protection. So the committee heard public comment highlighting concerns about the increasing use of transaction coordinators, particularly those who are unlicensed. The discussion was wide-ranging, including how transaction coordinators often handle sensitive information, which can include contracts, financial data, personal client details, and that some work across multiple brokerages, which may create unclear lines of supervision and accountability. The BRAC asked the Broker-Lawyer Committee to investigate the possible development of a consumer disclosure form about transaction coordinators, including identifying whether a transaction coordinator is licensed or unlicensed. The Broker-Lawyer Committee did discuss this at their most recent meeting, this recommendation, and they determined that the issue was not ripe for discussion and would like further guidance from the Commission as to its stance on this recommendation. Looking forward, the BRAC intends to shift its focus to the topic of AI guidelines for the use of artificial intelligence in real estate practice. The committee will reconvene on July 14th. And again, I am happy to take any feedback that you may have. I've got the feedback on the first item. If there's anything further, I'm happy to take that back to the committee.
On the topic of transaction coordinators, there was a task force, I believe, a couple of years ago, where we went down that path, and I know you were involved in that at the time, smiling as you are.
That's great.
It was great, yeah. And so I would just, maybe encourage them to take a look at some of the findings there as they formulate their thoughts around that. Because I know through the task force work, it illuminated quite a few points that I don't know that all of us were even that are in practice were aware of. So anyway.
Commissioner Brown, did you have something?
I would just ask Mr. Malloy if we're seeing an increase in complaint data on transaction coordinators. I mean, this sounds a lot like a solution looking for a problem.
Yeah, and good point. That's sort of what we kind of came to after that rather exhaustive interview process and that sort of thing too. But anyway.
Okay. I will give your, I'm so
I have
sorry.
a bit of a contradiction to that
You
because
might want to pull the microphone.
I have a bit of a contradiction to that because our statute says that you work for one broker, you're sponsored by one broker. So if you're licensed, that's really not following what we're told to do by statute.
Yeah, that's true. Although what we found was that a ton of these people aren't licensed. And so, that's what was, there's large-scale transaction coordinator shops that have unlicensed people. And, to Commissioner Lerner's point, of course, there's a ton of sort of just folks out there that are kind of agents and kind of transaction coordinators, and that's where it does get, messy, although I think the broker has to take some responsibility in that scenario for what the licensee's doing too, but.
And I think that was ultimately the recommendation of that group, was that, it made sense for brokers to require their transaction coordinators to be licensed. But if a transaction coordinator is doing truly administrative work that's not under the jurisdiction of the commission, you run into that issue. But this
Right.
is a conversation that continues. Did you have more, Commissioner Lerner? No? Okay. What about you, Commissioner Harvey-Lowe? No? All right. All right, I will give that feedback to the committee, and I'll see you in just a little bit.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have the Real Estate Inspector Committee report, and we have Chair Stephanie Hooser to report to us. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Hooser. I am the chair of the Inspectors Committee. The Inspectors Committee last met on April 20th. Over the past 2 years, the Standards of Practice Subcommittee has been reviewing the standards of practice and proposing changes to those standards. The Inspectors Committee has approved the final draft to those proposed changes. On your agenda today is a recommendation from the Inspectors Committee for the proposed changes to the standards of practice. After 2 years of working on these changes, we are pleased to present the changes to you, and we are looking forward to receiving the feedback on these changes. The committee is also recommending changes to the current property report form that are consistent with the changes in the standards of practice. As you review the recommended changes of the standards of practice in the property report form, you will see we have updated subsections to better align with current building standards. We have proposed moving the ventilation-related items in the appliances section to the HVAC section. We've added a subsection for sewer camera inspections to the optional systems, and we've expanded the standards of practice for the septic system subsection. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 20th at 10 a.m. That concludes this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Questions? Okay. Hearing
Thank
none.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is going to be the Broker Lawyer Committee, and co-chair John George. Item 16.
Do you want to move to agenda item 19?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
That's right, because we're going to,
Moving around today.
yeah, moving right along. Thank you. I need all the help I can get. Okay, so we want to go ahead and, item 19, if you go to agenda item 19, this is an efficiency measure for us on the agenda, I think.
Yes, so agenda item 19 is discussion and possible action to propose amendments to
Right.
22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter R. I'm keeping the chair here close by in case you have any technical questions that she would be better suited for.
I think you're correct. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So again, these are proposed changes that for you today. If you do decide to propose them, they would go out for public comment. We would collect that comment. Inspector committee would review that public comment and then potentially bring it back to you for adoption at the August meeting.
Do we have a motion?
And I'll present the changes first. So we've got quite a few before you. So in the interest of time, the specific sections are listed in your agenda and also in your materials. You heard a little bit from the chair about what those changes include. I'll just highlight a few more. So one of the changes in 535.227 is to add that inspectors must maintain completed inspection reports for at least 4 years from the date of inspection. This is consistent with the statute of limitations already in place. In 228, we have a change to clarify that inspectors must inspect the roof by walking the surface of the roof as long as safe to do so and without damaging the roof covering materials. We have some changes later on in that same section, subsection F, relating to exterior walls, doors, and windows, to require that the inspection report as deficient, or to require that the inspectors report as deficient the presence of doors and emergency escape and rescue opens that require a key or special knowledge. And switching to 229, 535.229, those changes update the requirements for electrical systems to better reflect current code requirements. In 535.230, they clarify reporting requirements when there is a lack of a permanently installed heat source and when there is present and visible exposed electrical conductors or equipment. You heard about the change to the HVAC section, moving some of the language there. In 231, there's additional changes that update and clarify terminology and modify several sections to better reflect current code requirements as well. In 535.233, there's updates to the language related to private sewage disposal systems. And then later on, you also heard about the sewer line inspections by camera or scope. And then finally, as you heard, the changes to the inspection report form largely mirror those changes before you. So you heard the inspector committee recommends these proposed changes. Therefore, the staff recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter R, and the form adopted by reference as presented, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Or comments? Comments, questions? Pull it towards you, that
Is
slide.
that, can you hear me now?
That's great.
You brought up the statute of limitations, and as I understand it, what is being proposed is 4 years from the date of the inspection. Was there any discussion about the fact that the statute of limitations gets extended until, if I have a property inspected for, say, a roof issue, and the inspection is missed something, but I don't realize that for maybe 2 or 3 years, there's an event that makes me realize it, that statute of limitations, as I understand it, then gets extended from the date that I detected that became a problem. Was there any discussion at the committee level?
So I don't believe there was that discussion. The statute of limitations is tied to the 4 years for filing a complaint. And so I don't know that there was that conversation or that dialogue. One of the things to note, I think, about that discussion too, many of the inspectors thought that was already a rule because they had already sort of been following that. And so this was really a clarification for them to put it down really on a piece of paper for the first time. Oh, yes, of course.
So a lot of this discussion came about because those of us that are self-employed or have our own firm, of course, we keep inspection reports to infinity. I've got every one that I've ever done. Some of the discussion came where some of these inspectors were working for another company and they were using a web-based reporting platform, and they left that company and they did not have their reports that they sent to the consumer. So a complaint was filed and those inspectors were not able to generate the inspection report because it was still with the company that they were employed with at the time of that inspection. So I think we clarified some of the verbiage, like these inspectors do need to download their inspection report and keep it on file for a minimum of that 4 years for the statute of limitations.
Well, and I'm assuming that in today's world, you're keeping that digitally, which you can keep 10 years just as easily as you can keep for 4 years. And it would seem to me that the situations we've been involved in, that statute of limitations always gets extended way beyond that 4 years because someone claims it was inspected, but I didn't know it until 4 years later or 5 years later when this problem existed. Now, if we don't have a requirement that the inspector had to keep that, I just think that it would merit some discussion.
I think with the increase in the multi-inspector firms and with the inspection report software programs, so many of them have gone web-based. So the inspector will send these reports, but then they're not downloading it to their computer or to their own cloud file. So if they switch softwares or move companies in a multi-inspector situation, they don't take that report with them. And then a complaint gets filed and they can't generate the report.
So in your opinion, if we had a rule that you had to keep these for 10 years, do you think it would force those web-based companies that support the industry with those types of services to then make provisions in their contracts that they retain these? It doesn't have to come from the inspector as long as it's out there and available.
Okay, Michael, you're probably going to be able to better address this because I know we've talked about it in committee. And we'll let him correct me if I'm wrong, but because the software companies aren't governed by TREC, we can't give them specific requirements, but we are. So, but we can download that report to our own private cloud or to our own computer.
My experience has been that when there's a requirement put on you by the industry, that this cottage industry that services your industry is going to somehow help you comply with whatever the rules and requirements are. So,
And I'll just add, we can take that feedback back to the committee for discussion.
that's
as
what
well.
I'm suggesting. Michael, are you going to weigh in?
I mean, I think thing here clearly is this is based on filing a complaint, not civil liability, which could extend for further down the road. Or if someone files a complaint, we would need to expect that inspector to have that copy of that inspection report for at least the 4-year period that we can open a complaint. So,
Okay.
yeah. But like Stephanie was saying, that it's come up a few times, and I think more or less a lot of the inspectors already complied because we gave that as a recommendation for years. But since these rules were reopened for this opportunity, we took the opportunity to put this into a rule to make it crystal clear to keep that for 4 years.
Clearly, I'm thinking more of the civil liability
Yes,
issue
sir.
than I
Yes.
am of the TREC
Yeah.
rule and filing a
Yeah,
complaint.
Yeah, there's no tolling on our statute, so basically, the discovery type of situation is not contemplated in our statute. It's real clear cut. The day you do your inspection, the 4 years start that day.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question regarding the walking on the surface of the rule proposal. It says as long as it's safe to do so and without damaging the roof covering materials. My house is barrel tile, and I've been on it, and it is not a fun experience to walk on that because it cracks and so my concern is the requirement, and how are we handling it right now when it's not safe to do so? Of course, you've got, several inspectors that some of them may be up there in age that perhaps cannot get up there. And so to me, it would seem that if you have the provision, as long as it's safe to do so, you would have an element that would allow them to either use drone footage or other alternative methods to successfully inspect, the roof and its quality, right? And so just trying to hear what the thoughts are with respect to that. I know that walking on the roof is, it sounds easier said than done, because that's my point. And do you have an alternative to get that accomplished, to get the roof inspected properly?
Yes, so currently the SOP reads to inspect the roof from the surface of the roof. We are proposing to change it from the roof surface, and a lot of that is coming from the use of drones especially. Roofs that are easily walkable, we have got inspectors departing from walking a flat roof, a low-pitched roof, because they want to use the drone. So we're changing the verbiage to from the roof surface, and then keeping this unless it's safe to do so. And then if it's not safe to do so, whether it's too steep, the type of material, the weather conditions, then they can use the departure provision to say, we did not walk the roof for this purpose, but they will have to state why they did not walk the roof and state why it was not safe to do so. And I understand what you're saying, because older inspectors, there's certain pitches that they're not going to walk. Younger inspectors that still have a lot of gung-ho in them, they're going to get on a steeper roof than some of the rest of us would. And there are roofs that just are not feasible to walk in any stage because they are too steep or the type of material. So what the change is encouraging inspectors to get on the roof surface unless it's not safe to do so, and then they can enact the departure provision for when they did not get on the roof surface.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
We need a vote.
Yeah. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're moving to the report by the executive committee, so that'll be me. Broker,
I thought we did that.
No, we skipped to go to the next one.
oh, we skipped it. All right. Okay, broker lawyer.
Everybody's favorite topic, contract changes.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good morning, Commissioners. John George, co-chair of the TREC Broker Lawyer Committee. I'm excited to be in my hometown today, a lot shorter commute than typically up to Austin.
Yeah, me
so
too.
excited to be here and report on our last meeting that we had on April 10th. Excited we kept this one to 1 day instead of 2. And we reviewed and received comments from the contract forms that you had last meeting. Right, we had proposed and put out for public comment at the last meeting pretty substantial changes to the contracts. We received a great number of comments back. I think over 70 different individuals commented. And I'm excited to report we had 9 likes in there, which is a record for us. And normally we have 1 or 2, but we had 9 likes. So thank you for commenting. But it's really a testament to the hard work. Not many people say, yes, good job, but a lot have comments and say you need to do better, and we try. And so today I'll go through the changes that we have to the forms that are before you today for actual, to promulgate the forms. And we, for the process, cannot make substantive changes, so I'll go through the non-substantive changes that we went through on small things, like on paragraph 21, we had a request to add a second line for a phone number. So we added a second line for the party's phone number to go with our new language that now allows notice to be effective when delivered from one agent to the other agent or to the other party. That's a big change in our contracts to allow the notice to be effective to the agent. In the Farm and Ranch, we had some small clarifications in terms of, in the commission and ratification of fees section. We're removing the term other broker and making it buyer's broker, and listing agent to make it seller's broker. So we're making that consistent. Another minor change, broker information page is now titled broker contact information. So another slight tweak. A little more substantive, when we get into the FinCEN language that we added in paragraph 20B. We had the FinCEN rule that came out for a short period of time, and then a federal court in East Texas here vacated the rule, and that case is still pending. The appellate deadline for that case is not until later this month, and so we don't know if it's going to come back, whether FinCEN's going to have another rule, or whether it's going away for good. We had added a paragraph in 20B to allocate, or make it the parties responsible for executing and delivering reasonable documents and statements that are requested by the settlement agent, the escrow agent here. And for the buyer, because FinCEN's largely triggered by the buyer's status, for the buyer to pay for that. We had to remove that language because it referenced FinCEN directly. And so we took out the such as FinCEN to leave it more broad. An issue was also raised in public comment that, well, we have the obligation on the buyer to pay not only for FinCEN, but we said governmental reporting fees. That was a broad category that would have included potentially future items that the seller would trigger. So we removed the payment obligation and just left that the parties have to cooperate to provide any reasonable information requested by the parties or by the escrow agent. In the next big topic we had was the Sunset Advisory Commission Special Purpose Review. This is one that falls into two categories in our contracts. And one of them is the water notice, the substantial water notice language that we added, and also in the seller disclosure notice changes. To start with the water notice, we made some minor changes to that included changing the title from water notice to seller's water disclosure. Because make no mistake, this is a disclosure by the seller that now the parties will be obligated if they are triggered in the contract to provide. So this will be a new baseline seller's disclosure required by our contracts. We made another minor change, just seller will not deliver to seller's not required to, just to clarify. But this water notice in particular has been a work for many years by Charles Porter, Brian Sledge. Many people have worked on this for a long time. Our committee has wrestled with it for a couple of years. And what started as 7 pages ended up what we have in the contracts now. And we believe the issue's big enough and is going to be getting increasingly more important that this language is timely to put in the contracts instead of waiting until the crisis hits in more and more areas of the state. So we, as the Broker Lawyer Committee, drafted the language that you have in front of you today. The second one, the seller's disclosure notice. We did not make any changes at our last meeting to what now will be the first time in the Commission's history that we would have gone away from the baseline requirements of what's in 5.008 of the property code. A lot of agents, and I think some consumers, to the extent they understand, think of the TREC form as the baseline requirement required by law. And we have, until potentially now, had done word for word right out of the statute. The Sunset Advisory Commission Special Purpose Review came and requested the Broker Lawyer Committee to draft 6 additional items into the seller's disclosure notice. Those 6 items we agree are important items. They're items that are issues that are presented to consumers that would be good to disclose. We did not make any changes, but the Broker Lawyer Committee also doesn't make any recommendation whether to adopt or not adopt that particular form. We do have concerns about changing what the baseline statutory requirements are versus what the TREC will say is the minimum required essentially by having it in the form itself. So this commission, I think, needs to think about whether we want to stick to our historical underpinnings of the minimums of the property code, or whether we want to expand it now to additional items. But that was one thing that the Sunset Advisory Commission Special Purpose Review requested, and of course we drafted. Those were all the changes to the forms that were proposed at the last meeting. And again, there's substantial changes that we discussed at the last meeting to the forms themselves. We do have a couple working groups that have been formed that are looking into a few items. One of them is a reinstatement of contract and an expiration working group to look at whether we can have, what we find agents often doing is drafting language inappropriately to revive contracts. And there's lots of issues that have been terminated for whatever reason. And we've seen that cause problems and had enough requests that we're looking into the language that we can draft to serve that purpose, so agents aren't feeling compelled to draft forms and to allow the parties to accomplish reviving what otherwise would be a dead contract. The expiration clause is looking into in offers. Do we send it off and have an expiration of when this offer dies instead of having it hanging out there until it's revoked? We have a style writing group that is looking into consistencies or making consistent the use of, if you look at outline format, like 1, big A, little a, all those fun things that we like to geek out on the committee. The one thing that looking at this I'm concerned about making changes to, especially our historical forms, is that we have a lot of treatises, a lot of information, a lot of case law, I should say limited case law, that already cite to certain provisions. And if we were to change that, those treatises, those old materials that are often read, it may cause confusion with doing that. So we're looking at what form is used, where are the differences, and how can we make that consistent. And the final working group we have is looking into language that we use about 5 or 6 different terms for the delivery of documents or notices, like deliver to, what's some of the other ones? Provide, to give. And those are understood by agents and consumers in different ways. So we're looking if we can bring consistency to that term, so we use the same term when it has the same meaning. And that will be discussed at our next meeting. On the BRAC issue that came up, or the BRAC recommendation with transaction coordinators, to provide a little clarity on that, it being untimely right now is not that we don't feel it's an important issue. In fact, I think it is an important issue that's going to be increasingly important with transaction coordinators that are, sometimes their broker doesn't know they're doing transaction coordinating for multiple other brokers. The privacy, the confidentiality of files across different brokers. But as the BRAC committee discussed, I know several commissioners were there as liaisons, but they discussed, well, the rules are already in place for a lot of this. And so when we looked with the recommendation to draft a form, we are grappling with, is this an education issue? What's the TREC stance? Does there need to be a new rule, which was one of the things that BRAC discussed? And whether those go in either direction, what would a form from our committee look like? Would it be a required document? Would it be something in the contract? And with it not being ripe, we don't feel we have enough direction from the commission, which we got some today. And as the conversation considers, we think it can then become ripe for something for us to analyze and producing a form that will be useful. Our next meeting is going to be on July 10th, and that concludes my report.
Okay. So we're going to move to agenda item 16 at this
But I
time.
quickly have an announcement.
Oh,
Okay, this is exciting. Someone parked in a space that was coned, and they need to move their car. It is a silver Mercedes SL65, KPH 8933. We will all close our eyes. There's no judgment in the room if you need to get up and move your car. But again, it's a silver Mercedes SL65, KPH 8933.
Okay. So Abby Lee, General Counsel. Agenda item 16 is discussion and possible action to adopt amendments and new rules to 22 TAC Chapter 537. You've heard the co-chair, John George, go over the summary and a lot of the changes, the non-substantive changes that were made. I'm just going to add a little bit more to that. You have a full summary description of the changes, as well as the red lines and the comments in your materials. So please let either of us know if you have any questions. As to the comments received, approximately 75 comments were received. The vast majority were really in two areas. Paragraph 12 changes, and then the new language in paragraph 7I, as well as the water disclosure form. The comments received on paragraph 12, the vast majority of those were concerned about confusion or suggestions that the language mirror farm and ranch or the Texas Realtors commercial contracts. Generally speaking, the committee discussed this. They had some of those same ideas and really went through those. Ultimately, didn't make a change to that language. They did make a change on the farm and ranch contract in the broker fee section to just further clarify that in the bolded language, that do not sign if there's a separate agreement for payment of broker's fees or if contributions are to be paid under paragraph 12B 1 or 2. That was one of the non-substantive changes they made in light of the comments. Regarding 7I and the water disclosure form, again, there was a fair bit of comments concerned about consumer confusion, license holder confusion in this area. So I think John highlighted a few of those changes. But one of the changes in light of the comments, a non-substantive change, was to retitle that form to just make clear it's a water disclosure, to really further differentiate it from other water notices in the contract. So that was done to the form itself. It was also done in the body of the contracts. The language was removed from the condo contracts, the condo contract as well. That was a discussion that the committee had and ultimately felt, while it's possible in some situations that might be applicable, that was really a 5% issue, not something that would be across the board useful to have that language there. There were some tweaks to the language in 713, just to clarify the language, another non-substantive change. And then there was a non-substantive change in the form itself in 2B4, identify any registrations from identify the registrations. I think John hit the rest of the changes to the as proposed version. But happy to answer any questions. The staff recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit for adoption amendments and new rules to 22 TAC Chapter 537 and the forms adopted by reference as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption. Forms adopted for voluntary use may be used once posted on the agency's website. The remaining forms will also be available for voluntary use once posted until July 1st, 2026, when their use becomes mandatory.
So moved.
Second.
Conversation, comments? Yes.
John, this doesn't have to do with this per se, but I know you said the word consistency, and we keep getting comments about consistency across forms. Is there any way we can start being consistent where there's places like compensation or whatever that you have it in every form? Is there a reason we can't be consistent?
We had a great debate on compensation, which is unique in the farm and ranch context. And in fact, when we first were looking at the changes that were necessary because of the national litigation, the most requested change was to have farm and ranch in all the contracts. At the time, we had a vote that was 6-7. I was in one of the sixes that lost the vote to have similar language in there now. The question comes up on the appropriateness of that, and we had a great discussion at the last meeting, not this one, but the one before, whether we can do that now. And I said, paragraph 12 was the first step because we couldn't get farm and ranch. If we were ever going to go to farm and ranch, now would be it. And looking at it and having the discussion, we were concerned with Senate Bill 1968 and the changes to Tree Law 1101, 652, and 653, that we couldn't go as far as the farm and ranch language allowed, with some of the concerns with specific requirements for fee agreements and potentially providing a platform for agents to not fully satisfy that. So we didn't feel we can go as far to do farm ranch and everything, but we wanted to go as far as we could. And so the paragraph 12 changes we did make were to make it mutual, where a buyer can contribute to seller side compensation and vice versa, like the farm and ranch. And really took guidance from it, but outside of that, the compensation is consistent through all the contracts except for farm and ranch.
Okay, because I think people in this last round of comments were talking about commercial contracts as well.
So the commercial contract, depending on which one you look at, has it phrased in a different way. And there's one that doesn't have each side contributing to the other, only what the seller will pay.
Right.
And then other forms outside the association have it in different ways as well. And so we did discuss that and consider it, but we didn't think it was appropriate at this time to make that change.
Hey, Jen. So first of all, thank you. I know you guys worked your tails off on this for a long time, so it's greatly appreciated. But I would like to go back and hit the water notice because I just don't love that being in our contract from the standpoint that it's not backed in code. And it's just a hand-me-down piece of, hey, do this from the legislature. And I know that there's not a lot we can do about it, but I think that it's really important that our wonderful government and communications director, Ms. Mandel, and her team and her partners in different trade associations that we work with get that put into property code in the next legislative session. The secondary piece of that is, whether it's this new disclosure or the quasi-seller's disclosure in the unimproved property contract, makes for a very clunky offer process. If you are a buyer's agent putting together an offer, you don't necessarily know the answer to the seller disclosure that is in the middle of the offer you're trying to put together. And this may shock you to know, sometimes realtors don't answer their phones. And so getting that information at 8 p.m. on a Saturday night is often difficult, which it just makes for a mess when you have seller's disclosure notices in the middle of a contract.
And if I may, and being married to a 20-year broker, I get that all the time of let's make this simple, get the deal closed, and at the same time protecting all the parties. I will say on the seller disclosure issue, one historical context that may provide a little more colors, if some of our contracts had seller's disclosures built into them for a long time. And if you're looking at the farm and ranch, if you're looking at the new homes or the unimproved property, 4 of the contracts had seller's disclosures built in that nobody realized until we made check boxes that said you have to check yes or no whether something's known. Before that, they were there and said these things are true unless stated elsewhere in the contract. And when you would ask a class or anything, raise your hands if you knew that, nobody read it. So sellers were making disclosures all the time without that information coming to light. Now, why those seller's disclosures were there is because those transactions are largely exempt, or many of them are exempt from the property code requirements. I do share greatly the concern about having something done outside the legislative process that then can effectively become law in this state because of the use of these forms. That is a great concern of mine. I understand the need, the desire, and I think this is an important enough one to be in the property code. And I think this is something that's a proper process for. In terms of the water notice, we discussed at length the confusion that will happen with that. Quite frankly, it's confusing. And the language was worked on for many, many years before our committee, a couple years on our committee by Charles Porter and others for many years before that to come to what we have today. And so we do share the concern about the relative complexity, not because of necessarily the language, but because of the new concepts. and the new concepts with the nature of water rights and the disclosure will be an uphill process to educate and to have all the agents and the consumers understand after these new forms come out.
The obvious concern being that the seller's not going to know the answer, and so they're going to go to their agent, who's also not going to know the answer.
Yes.
Which is a problem.
It is, and that's also this reason why it's important to have, because of these water rights they're no longer just rural areas, agricultural land. It is now in the cities, it's working its way in, and especially as water goes down here and population goes up, we're going to be wrestling with it more and more. And that's where we really grappled with, do we do it now or do we not? And that's where we think it is important enough to do it now for that reason, because we are seeing it in the cities, we are seeing it in the suburbs around the cities more and more. But the concerns with the language, these concepts that one day will be familiar to everybody. But we're on that leading edge, and leading edge is not always the easiest thing to do in the education and the forms. And we thought, at least with the water notice, now is the right time, knowing it's not perfect, but the right time to do it.
So we have some public comments. Yes, so public comments, we have two on this agenda item. Let's start with, I believe, Jennifer Wahab. You have some comments on this one? No?
Right here.
Yes, oh, there you are. I was looking for you.
Good morning, Chair Woodruff and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Jennifer Wahab. I am Chair of Texas Realtors. We represent over 145,000 real estate professionals across the state. We would like to express our support for the Broker Lawyer Committee proposed form changes. We appreciate the thoughtful work that has gone into reviewing and updating these forms to reflect the current legal and evolving standards in our industry. In particular, we support the proposed revisions to paragraph 12 to the contract. We believe these changes, in conjunction with Texas Realtors' removal of broker-to-broker compensation from the residential listing agreement, will enhance transparency and clarity for consumers. We believe these changes will reduce the risk of misunderstandings and will more closely align with the evolving real estate landscape. We want to express our appreciation to the Commission for your leadership as the industry has navigated changes resulting from the removal of broker compensation from the MLS. Your work is invaluable to license holders and, as an association, more importantly, to the consumers throughout Texas. We also want to acknowledge the addition of the seller's disclosure obligations regarding water, insurance, roads, and easements that were developed in response to the Sunset Commission's special purpose review. We hope these disclosure requirements will bring increased transparency to the transaction and help consumers make more informed decisions. As with all changes, we anticipate there will be a learning curve and some implementation challenges. Texas Realtors is prepared to help license holders navigate and stay up to date with these practice changes. Thank you again, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay. And after that, we have, looks like Scott Culberson.
Good morning, everyone, if we can still call it morning. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak before you. We're looking at 16A, C, D, E, F, and G, and we're looking at paragraph 22 in all of these. I have handouts for all of you if you would like them to see exactly what I'm talking about. So on paragraph 22, this is agreement of parties. This is the checkbox page. That's what all the agents know it as, the checkbox page. The page that's supposed to attach all the documents prior to execution of the contract. You're supposed to have all your checkboxes checked. And up to this revision to the contract, it has been a whatever's next goes at the bottom of the page. Our last one was the 1031 exchange, which was added to the bottom of that page. I propose that we make a bold change in this section that would help the Texas public drastically to understand their contract and to follow along with the contract much better. I propose listing the documents on page 22 in the order that they are noted in the contract. That would put your number one notice in that row of checkboxes, reservation of oil and gas. In the present iteration, they are in clusters which pushes your reservation of oil and gas to the very last cluster instead of the very first cluster. Well, if that's the case, why don't we just move the reservation of oil and gas down to the notices section in the contract as well? It's there for a reason. It's there because it's part of the property. It's your last chance to reserve your rights as a Texan to own your oil and gas before it is sold automatically, because in Texas, as you know, if you don't reserve it, you just sold it. So what I propose is checkbox, document name, page number, paragraph number, transparency achieved. Thank you. I'll open it for questions or comments. I don't know how this works. All right, thank you.
So I believe you've got a motion and a second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, and we're moving all of these?
Correct. All of agenda item 16 as we presented it to you today.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay,
It's not about you.
Okay.
It is another car. It's not a white Honda Odyssey, I know that. One more car, the Mercedes ML350 drove over a coned space and need to move their car. It appears to be a white Mercedes with the, I think this is right, guys, I just got reading glasses, KDG2509. You're in good company with your other Mercedes friend. I think I think the chair's probably gonna call for a break, right?
yes.
So, great time to move it.
Yeah, so we're going to call let's call it 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and call the session back in order. Thank you. So we are now, the meeting is back in order, and we are on agenda item number 7, which is the report of the Executive Committee, which I'll do. We met twice in the interim. Between the last meeting, and essentially both meetings, as you might think would be the case, were a lot of discussion on Realm, the software issues and operational issues, which has been front and center, obviously, since December. Talked about, what we were doing to clear the manual backlogs, et cetera. Concern about the service levels to licensees and, focusing on call hold times, associated volumes that we were seeing, email response times, all the things that were known issues that we wanted to understand more about. And then also what we could do to continue to enhance the communications with licensees, provide additional training, which I think you've seen on the website, videos. There was a seminar recently. And so we reviewed the public and licensee comments on various items. And then finally, we talked about the 2027 early stage fiscal year budget for the commissions. So those were, kind of the hot topics that we discussed during executive committee, most of which, is showing up here in one form or another on the agenda. So with that said, let's move to enforcement, which is agenda item number 8, and that will be Commissioner Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the public, on February 12th, the Enforcement Committee met. Myself, Commissioner Lerner, and Commissioner Harry Lowe met. We discussed 2 items relating to temporary suspensions of real estate license pursuant to 1101.662 of the Texas Occupations Code, which provides for temporary suspensions if the continued practice of a person's license to practice real estate constitutes a continuing threat to public welfare, We did consider the case number against Michael Oger Okokir, license number 441239SA, as well as Jessica Martin, license number 807658-SA, and the committee voted to grant motion for temporary suspension on both of those cases. We also met on March the 4th. The committee considered and reviewed submitted documents related to a motion for rehearing on SOA docket 329-2514880, TREC versus Alnanisha Matthews George. The committee voted to deny the motion for rehearing. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, agenda item number 8, which would be the Budget Committee. Commissioner Goodwin.
Are we going to have a presentation from Renata?
Later. Yeah,
Later?
I think that's in her staff report.
Okay, all right. Well, the committee met and we talked about the budget for 2027, items that we are doing to cut costs for 2026, as noted in the minutes. And I don't think there was anything remarkable that was discussed other than those two items. Do you agree with that, Commissioner Olguin? Agreed. Okay.
Okay. All right, moving right along now to agenda item number 10, Executive Director Buckholz.
Well, good morning. How great is it to be in Houston?
Yeah, good. It's good, really good for 3 of us.
It is very good for 3 of you. I'm delighted for all of us to be here and for such a good turnout. Thank you, all of our license holders, for coming out and kind of seeing how we work and how the decisions get made. A few years ago, we began traveling around the state at our May Commission meeting. We've made it an annual occurrence, and so Houston was our very first stop. And this marks our 2nd visit. So it's wonderful to be with the community of our license holders. So thanks for coming. This morning, I'll give a report on the work of the agency, including, as you all would imagine, an update on where we are with our real estate and appraiser license management portal implementation. That's the Realm portal. Every time we've said that word today, there's kind of like a little bit of a noise from the audience. So we'll talk through that some. Each of our directors will provide their reports as well. That will be inclusive of kind of the work that they do on a daily basis and also how Realm is going in their work. But in between my report and theirs, we will invite Jonathan Ward and Court Ziegel from Acela, our vendor for the Realm portal project, to provide some comments. I greatly appreciate their attendance today, and even more so their continued commitment to full implementation and ongoing support and success of this portal. It's been about 5 months since we transitioned from our previous license management system to our current Realm portal. And as you know, this implementation had a very rocky start. And when this group last gathered, February 9th, we were just beginning to return to issuing licenses and processing applications after applicants waited for many weeks and months in some cases. And since we were last together, we have made substantial progress. And so I wanted to talk about that a little bit. We've issued more than 10,000 licenses. We have issued over 9,000 exam authorizations that allow applicants to sit for their examinations. We have, since early January, closed 99 critical or high tickets related to the Acela implementation. That's our work with the vendor to kind of move towards maintenance. Goodness. Since the rollout in mid-December, we have opened 1,445 complaints. And from those complaints, we have investigated 1,171, including those regarding license holders and also applicants who might have criminal history, and also unlicensed individuals. Our education team has approved 1,575 continuing education course applications. That's 42% more than over the same time period the year before. Our education team has seen great efficiencies with this new portal. 145,000 accounts have been created in the Realm portal, and we have received close to 52,000 online credit card payments as we've moved from paper processing to a fully online system. And in spite of our unmanageable call volume, over the same time period, we have answered over 60,000 calls. And over the last few weeks, we've reduced our average hold time by more than 20 minutes. I'll say more about that in a minute, and I'll also just note that we have more work to do in that regard. So today, far different than when I reported in February, we are processing sales agent applications within about 2 to 3 weeks of submission, sometimes faster. Are there outliers? Yes. Some we know about and we're working through. An example of that is an application that transferred into this new system from the old system, but without some of the data that we needed to issue a license. That requires significant manual work, and so we're working through that list of folks now. Other outliers are unknown to us. We have a form on our website for those who are still waiting. In some instances, we need to know who those people are. This is so people who need help and they do not want to wait on hold can reach out to us and we can get the help that they need. Despite our challenges with the call, hold, and email response times, we have a stronger handle on the volume of work than we did earlier this year. We're making swift progress as applications are submitted. I don't know if y'all know this, but we receive about 100 new sales agent applications every day at TREC. And with the automation of the Realm portal, we can manage that volume well. We continue our work with our vendor, Acela, finishing these last critical pieces related to the data conversion and some of the internal remaining issues. And this engagement occurs daily, and for some staff, hourly, to address these continued needs. In the next few weeks, we will transition from this implementation to the maintenance phase and support phase, and we'll focus on incremental improvements, all with enhanced support from Acela. So with this stabilization and move to maintenance, we will focus on projects to expand our efficiencies and to improve the user experience, to make it more intuitive and to be something that all who use it have a positive experience. I'm often asked, when will we be done? Like, when will this be behind us? And I think in some sense, we won't know until it's past us in hindsight. But I have a few other markers I want to talk about. But in other ways, we'll never be finished. We can always make iterative improvements to the user experience and improve options available. So we will never be finished, but we will celebrate some markers along the way. And along those lines, 3 months ago, when last we met, our pain points were many. Mostly manual, slow processing of applications, and some renewals were similar. We had unclear workflows that did not allow for us to process applications in the order received. We had challenges with sponsorships. We had no DBA or team names loaded into the Realm portal. We had an unprecedented number of calls and emails. We had the inability of providers to report continuing education to the Realm portal, and significantly less knowledge and experience as a staff than we have today. Last time I mentioned that training is not the same as experience. We receive training on this new system in advance, but each day in this system is another day of experience, and we have all been learning together. Today, Our pain points primarily relate to that call hold time and our email volume, and really just the general ability of our license holders to access TREC when they need us. Robert Hood will report to you later today that in March, our average hold time was around 51 minutes, which is unacceptable. That means that some people were waiting much longer to get a hold of us if others were waiting less. That's an average, of course. April was much better, trending down. 2 weeks ago, our average hold time for the week was around 20 minutes. Last week, it was back up to about 30. It was the last week of the month and then the beginning of the next month. That's where we have the largest volume of calls. We're going to watch for this trend to continue with great commitment to get back down to where we were. But I want to pause here and take a second to brag on our customer service team. They have been in what feels like a battlefield and have remained calm and helpful and professional, taking calls all day long, mostly with people who are very upset. I'm extremely proud of them and their continued efforts. And I constantly hear from people who do get a hold of our customer service team that when they are helped, they are very pleased with the service provided. So thank you for all of the efforts there. Now, our goal is to answer the phone within 2 minutes, which means we have more work to do. Our license holders are on a 2-year renewal cycle. And this means that for many, their first interaction with the new portal is at the time of their renewal. In recent years, just under about 100,000 license holders renew each year, which means on average, there's about 8,000 renewals in any given month. So in some sense, for the foreseeable future, we will be working with license holders each month who need to learn the Realm portal. And our goal is to provide resources that allows more independent learning to replace the need for a phone call or email. What I'm learning is that many, regardless of whether there's information available to them, want personal help. And I'm trying to change their minds so that we can get back down to that 2-minute hold time before an entire 2-year renewal cycle has run. Knowing that many will want that extra help, my first goal is to get down between 5 and 10-minute average hold time. I think this will be a good indicator that we are beginning to settle and thrive. But to do this, we must convince people that they can easily help themselves through this process. A few weeks ago, we held a Realm Portal 101 webinar, and it is clear that people are hungry for more. We have our next one scheduled for Tuesday, May 12th, in just over a week, and this one is specifically for brokers. We will then do one especially for applicants and continue all of these for as long as they are helpful. We're happy to do this in addition for specific brokerages or for local boards or for education providers. And we have also published videos, support documents, and instructions all online. We're including detailed information in our renewal notices, including links to videos and other automated emails that we send, and we're doing everything we can to equip our license holders to explore the system on their own. One additional thing that we're doing, we have changed the look of our website as it relates to Realm. There is now a button on our website. There's a star right next to it that says Realm Help, and there is a drop-down menu, and you can find all sorts of things there. How do I renew? How do I pin my license? How do I register? How do I change sponsorship? All very helpful information that I hope people access. But it does require something of our license holders. Curiosity, interest in learning, and then you need to watch those videos and you need to read. These are key components to learning the new system, and we'll all do our part. We'll spend the next 2 years teaching people how to use the system and taking feedback on how to improve. And we will also spend time to earn back the trust of those who have spent too much time working and waiting on us. We have one additional pain point that you'll see in our staff reports. There's quite a learning curve to the reporting in this new system, and we have work to do to return the reports that you've become used to seeing to kind of the original form or kind of complete information. I told you at the February meeting that we are prioritizing projects that affects our external users, our license holders. That continues to be true, but we did a whole lot more work on reporting kind of in about the last month, and that remains a priority. So that will improve over the coming months. It is of great interest to me, and I rely on that data just like we all do. So that's where we are with the Realm portal. Our staff in all divisions have shown up during this hard season. I could not be prouder of the work they are putting in to serve Texans well. There are many who have worked long days and repeated 7-day weeks. Our team has kept their heads down, and we know that we're not finished. And we are committed to the long haul, but our TREC staff has risen to this occasion, and I will probably never stop praising their efforts and their exceptional work ethic. I'm also eternally grateful for our license holders. I have engaged with many over these past months, more than I ever have, and it has been a pleasure, even though the reason for that engagement has been a challenge on all of us. The vast majority of people all of us interact with have extended grace and kindness and have been very generous as we finish the work of this transition that is intended to serve all of us for many years to come. There is also other work happening at the agency. I was kind of struck. Most of this meeting so far has been about things other than the Realm portal. It feels a little bit refreshing for those of us who have spent most of our time working on the Realm portal. But I want to mention a few of those things to you also today. We've mentioned that before you is the first draft of the budget. This is not one that requires action on your part at all. This is the first step. It gives you a sense of what is ahead. The budget will firm up with the next draft that will go before the Budget Committee after this meeting, and then will come before you for approval in August for a September 1 start. Also, I'm sure many of you have been following the Office of the Attorney General's proposed rules regarding Senate Bill 17. We have been following this too. And Senate Bill 17, which took effect September 1st of last year, 2025, prohibits certain individuals or entities from buying and renting property in Texas. The OAG proposed rules in March, and it's important to note that they operate just like we do with rule proposals. There's an open comment period followed by further consideration about whether the proposed rules should change. At this stage, they could make changes based on feedback received from the public and associations like Texas Realtors and appraisal industry groups. The proposed rules implicate TREC in a couple of different ways, and I wanted to just highlight those for you today. First, the rules provide that if a facilitating entity, that's a defined term, that includes real estate brokers and agents. So if a facilitating entity knows or should have known after reasonable due diligence that a purchase of property violates this law, that facilitating entity must submit a complaint to the Attorney General's office. If they don't, the Attorney General's office can refer that to us, to TREC, for discipline. Second, the proposed rules talk about interagency collaboration, coordination with us and other agencies. So the Attorney General's office coordinating with TREC and other agencies to ensure uniformity in implementation and enforcement. So that's how TREC interacts with this bill. But I just want to note that a few things. First is that we do already receive referrals from the Attorney General's office in other contexts. It's fairly limited, but this is not a new process for us. So that it will not be a surprise. Like any referral, we would still need to process and potentially investigate a complaint, essentially, to ensure that we have enough evidence to reach that burden of proof for negligence or bad faith violation under our statute. So ultimately, though, we're in kind of a season of hurrying up and waiting for the Attorney General's office to go through this rulemaking process and see where they end up. Arello. We recently returned from Arello, which is a meeting for the Association of State Real Estate Regulators. And I wanted to just mention one thing that they talked about heavily, which is artificial intelligence and what it means for the industry. We will continue to see, of course, this emerging technology used as a tool in ways that will be very exciting for this industry. Right now, it's being used in a number of ways. It's writing property descriptions, engaging with potential clients as a chat bot, modifying contract language, helping sellers find properties, modifying pictures, all sorts of different ways. As a regulator, we focus on whether a license holder is using this new tool within the bounds of the Licensing Act. We have a whole chapter on AI in our current legal update course. I encourage you to go take a look at that. The materials are on our website. The big takeaway that we should all remember is that people hold licenses, and people participate in brokerage activity, and people are compensated for that activity, and people are responsible for upholding a fiduciary duty. AI is only a tool that must be verified by people, and in this case, license holders. I know you as a body will have ongoing discussions about the regulations of AI, and alongside that, that BRAC is also beginning that examination. But I wanted to take this opportunity to just sort of state where we as a regulatory entity are in terms of our approach to AI. A few more things, but I'll be brief. A few weeks ago, we received notice that we would be reviewed by the Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office, known as TREO, which is part of the Office of the Governor. This review is a statutory review established by the legislature in 2025 that all agencies will go through. It's intended to review the agency's rules and to recommend potential amendments to reduce regulatory burdens. This is the language that the governor's office uses. Eliminate waste and fraud and unnecessary rules, and to increase transparency for Texans. We are finalizing our self-evaluation now, basically to identify rules that might be good to review for that sense, while TREO does their own independent review of our rules. We will then meet later this month to combine those efforts, and any changes that are recommended will go before you as rule changes, and we will keep you apprised of that work. We are learning as we go there. I think that clock fell down and it's saying you should be finished now. It's like the universe saying that. Okay, two more things. I think two more things, yes. Several months ago, I mentioned that the state auditor's office was conducting a routine audit of TREC with objectives relating to accuracy and completion of financial and performance data, and then also evaluating our processes for setting fees and penalties. This audit began in August of last year and has just concluded with 2 recommendations. Those recommendations and the entire audit will be before you at the August commission meeting after it goes before the audit committee. But I just wanted you to have a little bit of an update on that because it was so ongoing and has lasted a long time. Management agrees with the recommendations they have made and have already begun implementing those recommendations, but more to come on that at the August meeting. Lastly, if you can possibly believe it, this time next year we will be in the throes of a physical move to 1500 Congress, which is directly across the street from the state capitol. We expect that move to take place sometime between May and early fall of next year. We have been planning this move for several years, but it's kind of mind-blowing to believe that it's now on the horizon. I just kind of wanted you to know that we'll shift to that focus of planning that move in the coming months. I've covered a lot. I will conclude there, but of course, I'm always happy to answer any questions.
I have two things.
Okay.
Number one, when it comes to Senate Bill 17,
Yes, sir.
the very real concern I have when it comes to our licensees being enforcers of this rule is, are we going to go around and be like, where are you from, to every single person that we talk to? Because there are very real fair housing implications in that.
Yeah.
And that creates problems that I don't know that the OAG has really thought about from a practical standpoint. And so if we have any influence in communicating that to the OAG, I think it would make sense for us to do so.
Okay.
Second of all, I want to brag on you for a second. On Friday, I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting of the 50 largest brokers in Texas. Chairman Woodruff, Commissioners Davis and Goodwin had representation there as well, and Chelsea came and spoke, and overwhelmingly so, I would say almost effusive, was the sense of gratitude for you and your staff and everything that they've been doing to help the broker community and our licensees with the adoption of Realm. So just want to thank you for that, and thank you to staff again, because y'all are awesome. So.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for me before I invite our Acela team up? Okay.
And that is regarding the Realm portal and its use, and thinking that in 2 years, we're going to be through the cycle of learning. I would encourage you and your staff to adopt the theory that those things technologically that most of us only encounter once every 2 years does not become a habit or a learning in some form or fashion, that you address that 3 years from now, we're going to have the same learning curve with the people who've already used it once when they have to use it again, and trying to make it as simple. And I think also every day, we all become a little bit more adaptable to technology. I actually learned yesterday how to get Scott and I from the downtown Hyatt Regency with Uber without having to call my granddaughter and say, how does this
How do I
Uber
do
thing
this?
work? You know,
Well done, well done.
But I do think that it is going to be something that in 2030, somebody's going to go on the Realm and go, I need help, because some people just from a technology perspective are never going to get it. And
Absolutely. And I think, you know, right now we have somewhat of a volume challenge because everyone is learning at the same time. But it will be important, and really just as a best practice in how we operate, to provide instructions for our license holders to learn again. You know, I have a law license, I have to renew it. I have to go report my CLE, is what we call it, and every time I log in, I think, how do I do this? And so if they changed everything, I would be lost. And so I understand. I think we all kind of experience that with various technology all the time. So what we will do is our very best to provide those, you know, how-to resources each time someone needs to interact with our system, to be reminded, and knowing that there's a spectrum of technological capabilities. I'm very low on that list. Other people are very high, and I think we have license holders all along the way.
And then I want to reiterate what Chance said, that going through these kind of times are what prove people's value. And the job that you have done in this last 4 months has been extraordinary.
Thank you.
And your entire staff, I know who you always give credit for, you're still the leader. And I want to thank you for what you've done. For those of you that don't know, we license and usually recruit 300 new agents a year and have 900, and you have made it feasible for us to be able to continue to do work in the last few months. And I'd like to have the entire TREC staff stand up and let us all show our appreciation to all of you, because this takes a village.
Our whole team has worked extremely hard. I'll say, I have worked with some of your staff to make sure that we can make progress on licenses. That is available for anyone. If anyone needs help in the Realm portal or with anything else, I've got a card. I'm happy to share it. You're welcome to just email me. Also, Vanessa is she is our support for the day. So if you have anything that you need today, she can open her laptop and see what we can do today. We also have Clarissa here who handles a lot of our data corrections. And we even had, there's a challenge for some of our big brokers to terminate some sponsorship, and so they have a direct link to Clarissa to finish that termination where needed. So if anyone has any issues like that, we're happy to help. Thank you for your continued support. Yes, ma'am.
Question. So you mentioned 2-year renewal, and Commissioner Goodwin did too, but SB 1968 says we have to have business contact information.
Correct.
How do you plan to get that?
So we have begun, so you're exactly right. So starting in January, we had a bill that passed last legislative session in 2025 that really allows us to collect business contact information, which is a huge benefit to the license holder community. A couple of sessions ago, we, as all regulatory agencies, were directed to pull personal contact information from availability on the website and considered that to be confidential. So that meant that there was suddenly a whole lot less information available about all of our license holders on the website. Now, on one hand, we had several people saying, thank you, now I'm getting less spam, I'm appreciative on that side. Many more said, I can't get a hold of people, I need to figure out how to locate this broker, this sales agent, this associate broker, that sort of thing. So a law was passed last legislative session that allowed us to do that. We began implementing that in the Realm portal to collect that information. It's a little bit unique because it has to be separate from like an application or a renewal process. So it's like its own page. Now you need to go put in your business contact information. And the reason for that is that our authority to gather that information is somewhat narrow. We are so over the course of a renewal cycle, we will have complete information of all who entered it, and we'll have and be able to produce that to you. We are starting to produce it to you, but there's not much information to produce just yet, so it will take time. Anything else?
Okay.
Thank you. I should have just gone ahead to introduce our team from Acela. We have Jonathan Ward and Court Ziegel here from Acela to just talk about their commitment and kind of moving forward our relationship with them between Acela and TREC. So Jonathan, I believe, is coming first? Okay.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and represent Acela in this important adventure that we've been in. It's an honor to be a part of this discussion and support the Texas Real Estate Commission's mission. My name is Jonathan Ward. I'm the Vice President of Government Strategy and Innovation at Acela, and supported by Court Ziegel, the Senior Director of Professional Services. First, I want to acknowledge the Texas-sized challenges we face together. Over the past 3 years, we've embarked on a digital transformation journey where we replaced an outdated platform, but it gave us the opportunity to review and enhance opportunity for different operational processes. The scope and complexity has been significant, involving new, major components such as licensing, educational requirements, and also sponsorship models. In comparison, these modules are larger than those observed in other implementations. In this respect, the Texas implementation is truly unique. It is important to recognize that we cannot underestimate the tremendous amount of effort required for an implementation of this size and complexity. It takes significant determination and vision from the Texas Real Estate Commission to embark on such a transformative journey. Demonstrating leadership is a strong commitment to progress. So where are we now? We're in the stabilization phase. So to put this in perspective, we started out the year, we had 104 open cases, and today I can now report we have around 4 open cases. So I'd like to thank TREC for the strong partnership and also the leadership that Chelsea's definitely provided that we talked about in the past 4 months. It's enabled us to address challenges head-on and ensure we're always moving forward constructively. This sets a solid foundation as we look ahead to the future path forward. So looking ahead, our commitment is to provide full support and continually enhance our partnership. The foundation is now in place, a modern AI platform designed for resilience and scalability. We are dedicated to continuous improvement, ensuring the system evolves, designed to meet your needs and the changes that happens with expectations of your license holders. Most importantly, we are focused on delivering and improving the user experience for all license holders. The experience will not only be more efficient and intuitive it is today, but will continue to evolve as technology and regulatory requirements change. Together, we can ensure that TREC becomes a leader in digital innovation and also public service excellence. So I want to thank you for your time and trust, and we look forward to our successful collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, I think, Court, you're just here to answer questions, right?
Yes.
Just, I shouldn't say just. So if y'all have any questions for them, this is a good time to ask.
I have questions, and it might take a minute. Okay. Based on comparable implementations, what's the typical timeline from go live to a stable, fully functional system operating in maintenance mode?
I would say for the complexity and the scope of this project, close to 4 to 5 years.
That's what you consider normal, is 4 to 5 years?
For the
I think she might be asking from like our December 15th go live to like stability.
Okay.
Is
So
that
for the,
right?
so for the stabilization phase, let me correct that. That's close to between 6 months to a year. So from that point of view, where TREC currently is, I would say they're ahead of the game.
We're ahead of the game, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Or I should say commissioner. Sorry.
What are the primary drivers that have delayed full implementation and stabilization for TREC? For example, data conversion, complexity, integrations, workflow design?
I would say it's a combination of all that. More importantly is as we are uncovering the process itself, we uncovered more complexity that was originally not accounted for. Hence, we had to build that out together with the solution itself.
So these weren't foreseeable, is what you're saying?
It's really hard to say that because the system itself was about 15 years old. During that time, there were things enhanced and added on to logic that not everybody was aware of. You might have some skill set that left the organization, and some people were not aware of some of these processes that were already available there.
Okay. What is Astella's direct responsibility for the user login and the background platform? Okay. What is Astella's direct responsibility for the back end and the back end platform and the user login? Did you create all that? Is that staff? What is your responsibility?
So basically what we do is we build out the standardized platform, and then yes, you have customization factors where you can enhance the color based on the input from the agency.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so basically it's all done in partnership with the client itself, and so you have ways to customize your layout.
Okay, and so what about also the public facing? What is the public seeing? Are you responsible for that, or is that?
That's the same thing. That's the portal itself. That's also built out in collaboration with the agency.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the formal process for deploying updates to TREC's environment? Is this done regularly, or is there verification testing?
Yes, so basically we do have quarterly updates that are being published to the platform that goes through regression testing within the organization itself. Besides that, there are enhancements to the solution that are done in collaboration with the agency as well.
Okay.
Excuse me, don't interrupt, please. I'm asking questions.
Well.
What is the expected propagation time for changes
Excuse
once
me.
a user submits?
Excuse me. Yeah, you've got obviously a lot of those. Why don't we submit those and get
Because
you.
these are important to people other than us. People have been impacted by this implementation.
Well,
We
clearly,
need to
everyone's
find-
disappointed in the rollout. I mean, that's,
Once again, just act like
how many
nothing
questions
happened.
do you have there?
I have a couple more.
Okay, two more.
What is the expected propagation time for changes once a user submits information? For example, how long should it take for the system to reflect renewals, sponsorship changes, or when uploading documents?
I think all of that, I can speak a little bit to that. It depends. Sponsorship changes, some of those are immediate. Some of them take up to 3 to 4 hours, depending on what time of day and when they were submitted, because some of them are part of a batch process that happens throughout the day, but only every couple hours. So that was sponsorship. What was another piece of that question? You
Just
said.
asking about sponsorship and when they upload documents and that.
Yeah, uploading documents happens immediate. A lot of the interaction in the system happens immediately. Others require a few hours. Other things just, you didn't ask, but similar. When someone takes their examination and passes both, if their background is clear and everything else is finished with that application, which it most always is, that license will issue automatically through the Acela system within 48 hours. It's not immediate. I hear from a lot of applicants as they're walking out of the test center with a passing score saying, I passed, when do I get my license? And the answer to that is within 48 hours, it will be automatic. Exam authorizations, once we hit a button in our system saying it's time, then that takes about a day. So some things are immediate, some things aren't, but it's pretty swift.
Thank you. One last question. Who has administrative access to the hosted environment and sensitive license holder details? Are there access controls, background screening for those people?
So,
That's all right.
well, that is managed by the IT organization within the TREC agency. At this point, we do have access because we are helping out with some of the configuration of the solution. Ultimately, that's going to be taken away by us.
And are these people properly screened to have license holder information, so security numbers and that type of thing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question in terms of, I guess, magnitude of the undertaking. Obviously, Texas having, 240,000 licensees, and just trying to get context with respect to the undertaking, right? Have you all ever done a similar state with a similar type of platform? And if so, how does that compare to Texas? I mean, because Texas, everything is larger in Texas, of course.
Absolutely. So we did one implementation. Well, one of the more important implementations was the Real Estate Commission for Kansas. And yes, everything is bigger here in Texas. So it does, that's the reason why Jonathan was pointing out, the solution is very unique from that point of view. So we did require a lot of rigorous testing and solutioning as well for the sheer size and the amount of license holders that you have.
Mm-hmm. So your report here today is that at month, what are we? 5? We're approaching the stabilization of, which is,
yes,
sounds pretty good, I guess.
It's exceptional.
Okay. And the expectation is that by the end of the year, we should be fully stabilized.
I would hope in the next 2 months.
Okay.
So we are about, at this point, we turned a significant corner in February, but now I feel like we should have been more stable in the next 2 months. And we're looking now at enhancing the platform.
Yeah.
For example, incorporating maybe some tools that will help increase the self-service of the license holder. That's the nice thing about this platform. Now you have a higher volume and way to actually change the platform to accommodate any changes, which is the key point. The foundation is in place. Now you can actually enjoy the benefits of that. We understand it was challenging, but you set yourself up for a solid foundation to enhance now much quicker and more agile and nimble.
So the reality is that licensees renew every 2 years, right? And so each birth month, we're getting a new wave of applicants that will have to go through the process, right? So we're already in our 5th rendition of, and each month there has been an improvement in the amount of issues that come up. Is that correct?
That is definitely correct, and I think we have each month gotten better at communicating to those who are renewing on how best to get that done. We've changed a lot of the ways that we communicate with those who have open renewals, sending them different kinds of instructions and tools that can be helpful to them. So I think with each month, it will get better, but you're exactly right. With each expiration month, we'll see a new group of people who need to learn the system.
Can I add one more thing?
Yes, absolutely.
I think here the incorporation of the AI component will be key, which we will evolve in the next coming months or years, that will ultimately enhance the customer experience. That's the key component of that.
Do we have, and this is more for TREC staff, do we have an aging of issues that, for instance, a licensee was not able to renew in, say, February, and it's still active? Are we tracking the aging of known issues with licensees, and if so, are we giving priority to the ones that are obviously on the line still?
Oh, sure. So are we like processing like issues for license holders in like the order of oldest first?
So do we know who is, let's say renewal came in January and they're still outstanding here in May, are we able to
Help them first?
Yes,
Sure.
exactly.
So-
Give them priority is my question.
Yes, mostly. And almost none of those issues are with renewal. Well, I'm not even going to say that because I think there are people out there who have renewal challenges that are mainly because they are renewing late and returning. But most of those who are challenging cases that remain outstanding, we know who those are. We have a few buckets of those people that we're manually processing, working through. That's significantly more limited than it used to be. I am certain that there are people out there who are waiting that we don't know they're waiting, and that is what keeps me up at night. And so that is the reason why there is a form online for them to say, I've been waiting, I need help, because that goes directly into a spreadsheet that then we work. I don't think there's a lot of those people. I think there are people who have gotten caught up in that transition, but it is very important to me that we figure out who those people are. There are others who we know are caught up in that transition, and we have dealt with those who have come to us more quickly and have a list of those that we're actively working to reduce those issues for them.
Thank you. A couple of comments. I will say that I am in public accounting, and I have seen several clients go through a conversion process of this magnitude before, and they're never fun. They're always very ugly, very, basically they move my Cheerio box from this cupboard to that one, and I'm upset, and it's a very most unpleasant experience to have a conversion of this magnitude. And so I just like to say that it's never pleasant. Extend us some grace in trying to get us all across to in a position where everything's functioning normally and everybody learns the system. I know I have received several emails, some of them very colorful language, with respect to language, and we will get to those as quickly as possible. We forward them to staff. Staff jumps on them immediately. And for those of you that are still having issues, by all means, contact TREC, our emails are on the website with respect to the commissioners, as well as I hate to say that, sometimes it is necessary for us to know whether an issue is happening, and we'll be more than happy to take care of you and ensure that you are taken care of. And from my perspective, Chelsea and her team have been very, very responsive to our emails and all the emails that have come in, as we're here to help. We're here to get us past this situation as quickly as possible. So thank you all for all the licensees that have gone and experienced something most uncomfortable. We apologize. We are trying to get us out of this as quickly as possible, and thank you for your patience. And some of you, and kindness as well, some of you have reached out and given us some words of encouragement and words of kindness with that regard, and I just want you to know that we really, really appreciate that as well, and so thank you for your patience again.
Yes, thanks for saying that, Mayor.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Question. So Chelsea, how many, everyone just stood up a minute ago, how many is on our team, the TREC team that's been working towards this goal?
Staff, we have 141. That's inclusive of about 12 from on the appraiser side, so about 130 staff. And I would say almost all of them have done something with Realm. This team of this executive team up here have all processed applications. I have never done that before December, but I have now. And so this has been an all hands on deck. Renata, our CFO, has been, looking at applications. I mean, all of us have worked just to kind of claw our way out of that manual backlog. We don't have that manual backlog anymore, and we have significantly more automation. And so many of our staff have been able to go back to kind of regular work, but there are many who are still spending their whole days and many on the weekends and evenings testing certain changes. It always seems like there's a fix to our system that happens at about 4 p.m. on a Thursday, which means some of our team work, until that testing is done, because my directive has been get things back in the Acela camp as fast as possible. They bring a fix to us, we test it, we lob it back to them with results so that we can make progress as fast as possible. And they have been very responsive to that effort as well.
Okay, so you took the words out of my mouth. I know it's an all hands on deck on our behalf. So gentlemen, my question would be, you mentioned the word earlier, unique. Other than being from this great state of Texas and working with us, what is this unique, and what is the number of your team that are boots on the ground working through this special situation?
So we have an extensive team of about 10 people.
Can you speak up, please?
We have an extensive team of 10 people, and basically we will do the hours that are required to fix this and turn these issues around as quickly as we can.
When that 10-person team, is anyone on site, or is this all remote?
It's remote, but they are remote. Yeah. They are across the country. They did come on site for the initial rollout on December 15th, somewhere in there. They were on site for about a week, and we have brought them. We have brought them on for certain seasons, but have really found that our greatest efficiency is when they're home with their people and able to kind of have all the resources available to them in their home office environment.
Okay, and then I guess my last question would be going on the numbers from approximately 50 minutes down to an average of 21 minutes on hold.
That's right.
Is that a standard time on hold? Because that seems like an awfully long time.
That is not a standard time on hold. So our performance measure is for that to be 2 minutes. And before Realm rollout, we were there, and we were below that sometimes. Now, an average monthly hold time of 2 minutes means that there are days of a much longer hold time, and there are anomalies there. But I think that's what, originally I thought if we just get back down to that 2 minute hold time, then we've arrived. We know we've arrived. I think we may arrive before we're down to that 2 minute hold time because of this 2-year renewal cycle. But that's kind of where we're spending time examining. But our trend is down. The way that the trend line looks is that it started really high in December. It even got a little higher. And now it's on the way down with a little up and then further down and then up and then further down. We need that trend to continue, but expect little blips.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarity, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Going back to Commissioner Pena talking about known issues, are we using AI or manual processes to do our checks and balances? Right now we have so many people that say expired less than 6 months, and their years expired, which concerns me because people can come back and renew if it's less than 6 months. But there's
Sure.
tons of people.
Yes, okay, so that is on our license holder lookup, and the reason for that notation that it doesn't quite make sense. So, for example, if, you know, well, I won't even give you an example. I'll tell you that that is not perfectly accurate because of the way that we're running our Expire program. So for someone to become expired officially and reflected on our website and in Realm, we run a program in our system that expires people. So we expired December licenses about a month ago, I think. But typically, we would do that in the middle of January. We have been very slow to run that program, and then 2 weeks ago, we ran it for January. In the coming days, we will do so for February and March, but we're not quite ready to do that. We want to make sure that there's nobody in that season that needs our help before we run that Expire process. And in fact, when we ran January, we learned that there were people who were confused about our CE deferral and thought we were just deferring our renewals. Nope, you still have to renew. You had more time to report your CE. And so we're slow to run that program until we are more confident in where those license holders are. That means that the data reflected versus the time we all know has passed aren't the same, but that will be corrected as we are fully stable and we run our systems in a more timely manner.
Because there's people in 2023 that have that on their status.
Okay, that might be a data issue, and it might be something that if you just send that to me in a screenshot, then we could troubleshoot that. So likely data, because we had bad data going into a new system that and we know we have work to do there. And then we have the systems that aren't running timely.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we will proceed with our staff reports, and then we do have 2 public comments on this, but we will do those at the end of the staff reports. So, all right, moving right along. I think the next staff report is coming to us from Robert Hood. Yes, Director of Customer Relations. Thank you, Robert. I know you've had quite a run of it here.
Yes, we're a little busy, just to say the least. Well, good afternoon now. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Robert Hood, Director of Customer Relations Division. We're happy to be here in Houston with you, and to our license holders. The Customer Relations Division is we're pretty much the agency's centralized customer service division. My division team members receive and respond to general communication from license holders and applicants by telephone, email, and in-person inquiries. On page 18 in your meeting materials, this will be the start of our March 2026 report. Our hold times for March are not where we want them to be. We recognize the impact this has caused and the customer experience, we recognize the impact this has caused on the customer experience and working as an agency to provide tools and techniques to eliminate the reason for our applicants and license holders to contact us. My staff has been working tirelessly over the past 5 months to learn and help navigate our Realm portal. We have transitioned from a division that just provided information to now providing Realm portal technical support and even assisting in processing of some stages of the application process. Countless hours of overtime have been spent trying to improve our level of customer service. March indicates average hold times that exceeded 52 minutes for most of the month, with over 31,000 phone calls. 97% of these calls were TREC related, and 3% of these calls, or less than 3% of these calls, before the Appraiser, Licensing, and Certification Board. Since March, we have reduced this hold time and are starting to see a slight decrease in the number of calls received daily. In fact, we experienced a few days in April where our hold times were less than 20 minutes. Next, on page 19, this is our 13-month comparison of calls and hold time. And you will see notice a slight decrease in the number of calls, but the hold times increased drastically. Over the past few months, the contact center has experienced some turnover with staff for various reasons. The loss of 3 staff members impacted our ability to stay up with the demanding workload. We immediately posted to fill these positions and will be welcoming 4 additional customer service representatives to solidify the contact center. They will be starting this month and immediately going into training. Next, on page 20, you will find the number of emails the contact center handled over the last 13 months. Just like our phone calls, the number of emails drastically increased, and over 13,000 emails were processed in March. We continue to receive as many as 600 emails in a day, which makes it very difficult to manage. This causes a delay in our ability to respond timely. Juggling emails and phone calls for my staff is a daily challenge. In addition to these emails, we created a Realm portal email account. This Realm portal email account was to address specific questions about the new Realm portal and implementation questions. The Realm portal email account processed more than 1,500 emails in March. Page 21 is our fiscal year comparison of the average number of calls we were presented each fiscal year with the average hold time. 6 months of data is represented for fiscal year 2026. The contact center is working very closely with the executive staff and other divisions to reduce our wait times. As stated, April shows some reduction in wait times, about 20 minutes. We are not satisfied with this level of customer service, and we have implemented several avenues for self-assistance that will not require anyone to wait on hold or wait for a response to an email. If applicants or license holders call us, we have included messages that will redirect them to our website. Our website is constantly updated with Realm Assistant tutorials. Our email auto-response also provides links to very informational videos on how to complete transactions in Realm. We understand that this transition has been difficult for our customers, and we are here to help. There have been very significant improvements in the Realm portal over the last few months, and we just ask our license holders to take their time, utilize the resources, and read the prompts in the Realm to complete their transactions. Our targeted hold time performance measurement is 2 minutes, and prior to Realm, we consistently met that. We are striving to get back to that, but it's going to be gradual. As our applicants and license holders become more familiar with the portal, we expect hold times to decrease because my staff will not need to walk through processes page by page over the phone. During this transition, we will continue to work to figure things out and reduce our wait times even more. This will conclude the reports for the Customer Relations Division. Happy to answer any questions you have.
I just want to say thank you. I know you all were the tip of the spear, so to speak, with a lot of these upset folks. As commissioners, we received, numerous emails and phone calls, communications. I will say, though, that as we pass those to staff, I also received back very quickly, several thank you, staff was very helpful, et cetera, et cetera. And I know that, of course, the whole team here, probably all 130 are touching this at one point and another, but I do appreciate it. I might also say for people in the audience that actually we had all the phone line capacity that was available through the state. We requested and received whatever the additional bandwidth was, so it was wide open. And so it's just tough times. But, you know, the tough times like this, and it was mentioned earlier, shows the leadership that, you know, the really, you know, it's easy, I'm gonna say it's easy, but, you know, when it's not under duress, leadership looks a whole lot different than when you've been in now 4 months, you know, 5 months of this kind of contact. So everyone on the team, I appreciate it, not only your department, but the entire team at TREC. So thank you. Okay, any other questions for Director Hood? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Jennifer Wheeler, Director of Education and Examination Services. Take it away.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Jennifer Wheeler, Director of Education and Exams for the record. It is a pleasure to be back here in Houston. I always enjoy the opportunity to see so many real estate professionals and license holders in the house. Just for a little context, the Education and Exams Division is responsible for reviewing and processing, qualifying, and continuing education provider and course applications. These are used by both new applicants and our current license holders to obtain and renew their licenses. Our team focuses on ensuring that course content and instructional design meet appropriate professional standards for adult education. This work supports real estate, inspector, and easement of right-of-way providers and courses. In addition, we manage the licensing examination vendor contract. We participate in examination item review, revision, development of new test items, and oversee the administrative components of the non-elective instructor training. Let's see if I can get my mouse to work up here. Today, I'll be presenting the education reports and providing an update on how the realm transition has impacted our division and processes. The education reports themselves can be found on page 22 through page 28 of your meeting materials. The reports begin with fiscal year-to-date data for qualifying courses, which have remained relatively consistent both throughout the year and year over year, as compared to prior years. However, I would like to draw your attention to the continuing education or CE course applications. For January, February, and March of this year, the average number of CE applications received and processed per month was 686. During the same period in 2025, the average was 369. This represents a significant increase in volume. Looking more closely, in January alone, we received 792 CE course applications submitted through the Realm portal. In February, another 583, and in March, 682. While CE courses have historically represented the highest application volume within the education division, this level of activity is unprecedented. And so that probably begs the question, how did this happen? What's the instigator? And I have to say Realm. While it remains to be seen whether the volumes will stabilize, both the data and the feedback from our education providers suggest that this shift may be long-term. I am pleased to report that the feedback from our education providers regarding Realm Portal has been overwhelmingly positive. Providers now have a streamlined, fully online process that eliminates the need for emailing documents, uploading documents, submitting separate uploads, writing checks, filling out paper applications, and putting them in the mail. This system has made the application process significantly more efficient and accessible. From an operational standpoint, this has translated into increased efficiency for our division as well. Last month alone, our team approved a combined total of 769 course applications. By reducing, and in many cases, eliminating manual data entry, staff are able to focus more on directly evaluating course content and instructional quality and design. The ability to manage the entire process within a single system has had a meaningful impact on both productivity and accuracy. And as with any major system transition, our team continues to address what we refer to as data cleanup issues related to the migration of records from the legacy database into Realm. On occasion, we receive notice from providers that they've encountered an error message when utilizing the posting system to post CE or SAE credit. These are typically one-off issues related to that data conversion, and we're able to go in swiftly, make the correction, and turn that around in 24 hours or less. I also want to express how appreciative we are of our education providers and the role that they have played in supporting communication efforts. Providers are uniquely positioned to reach applicants and license holders, and they have been instrumental in helping us share important updates. Through both the Education Connection newsletter and targeted communications, we have provided information on processing timelines, examination authorizations, frequently asked questions, and other key updates. Providers have consistently helped us amplify these messages, ensuring they reach a broad audience. Overall, the Realm system and its associated processes have had a significant and positive impact on the education division, and we expect continued benefits as the system evolves. On a personal note, I have been looking forward to this transition for years, being the person who is in charge of the education division, and it is really rewarding for me to see it fully implemented. While there have been some challenges along the way, we have made such meaningful progress, and I'm excited about the opportunities ahead with a system that can grow with our needs. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay.
Thank you. You have a question?
Just because, out of pure curiosity, at the bottom of page 26 of our materials,
Okay.
is there a reason historically that applications spike in March? Like, that's just kind of weird, both.
Is that, can you pull up page 26, please? Thank you.
It's got the orange bar graph at the bottom.
Yeah. So what that actually represents, in March of 2025, we had a backlog of applications. Trying to remember what the reason was, but in March, we hit all those applications really hard. Those CE course applications renew every 2 years. So you see them come back around. If you look back, we have, this goes back to 2024. So if we were to capture all of those months of data, you would see that. It's a bump every 2 years. Those are basically renewal course applications.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to make a little departure here in the interest of time and probably hungry folks. What we're going to do is, put a hold on the staff reports, and we're going to shift to contested cases. Then, after lunch, we will, jump back with the case. We'll finish up on the cases and the staff reports, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, let me introduce, that's actually agenda item 12 in this case, contested cases. And so for those of you who haven't been to one of these before, you know that these are cases where, you know, a licensee may request an oral argument before the commission prior to any disposition of their contested case. So in other words, they're contesting a SOA case that's been decided against them, and so this is their opportunity to argue that case. So the way that'll work is I will you know, ask if there's people here for each. I'll go through each case individually. I'll ask if there's somebody here to speak on behalf of the case, and we will start with Director Malloy in each instance, you know, explaining what's going on here with, you know, the TREC's position. So I'll just say agenda item number 12A is consideration and possible action regarding proposal for a decision in the matter of SOA docket number 329-25927. This is TREC versus Brandon Earl Curley. So Director Malloy.
Good afternoon. Mike Malloy for the record, Director of Enforcement. So we have this first case here. It involves a license holder with criminal history that the administrative law judge determined that was directly related to the duties and responsibilities of the real estate professional after they evaluated. Thank you. After they evaluated the case and applied the factors that are in Chapter 53, which requires consideration of several fitness factors, including the nature and seriousness of the offense, the relationship of the offense to the license occupation, the amount of time that's passed since the conduct, and the extent of the respondent's rehabilitation and present fitness. The LJ found that the respondent's criminal conduct is of nature that directly relates to the ability to act with honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity, which is the standard under the License Act, while they had opportunities to present mitigating evidence, including evidence of rehabilitation. The record did not sufficiently demonstrate that the respondent is presently fit to hold a license. Therefore, the ALJ concluded, because of serious conduct combined with a lack of sufficient evidence of rehabilitation, they recommended revocation of this individual's license. So staff recommends adoption of the proposal for decision.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the respondent? Mr. Curley, in this case. Okay, seeing none, any questions for Mr. Malloy, Director Malloy, about this case? Okay. All right. Agenda item 12B is consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in the matter of SOA docket 329-2600011. This is TREC versus Dylan Jankovic. Is there anyone here for Dylan Jankovic? Okay. We'll let Director Malloy start first.
So Commissioners, this case involves a licensed sales agent who was convicted in federal court of felonies directly related to engaging in monetary transactions in a criminally derived property, with the underlying funds being tied to wire fraud. The respondent pled guilty to these offenses and was sentenced to probation, ordered to pay $185,000 in restitution, and assessed additional fines and penalties. The criminal conduct involved financial transactions derived from fraudulent activity, which directly implies that this type of fiduciary responsibility is entrusted to license holders in general. The administrative law judge found that these offenses are directly related to the duties and responsibilities of a real estate sales agent. License holders are entrusted with clients' funds and sensitive financial information, and they are expected to act with the highest level of honesty and integrity. Conduct involving financial fraud and handling illicit funds raises serious concerns about a license holder's ability to fulfill those duties. The ALJ also considered the statutory fitness requirements, including the nature and seriousness of the offense, respondent's age at the time of the conduct, time that elapsed since the conduct occurred, and evidence of rehabilitation. While the respondent presented testimony and character evidence, the ALJ found that the mitigating evidence was insufficient to outweigh the severity of the criminal conduct and did not demonstrate present fitness for licensure. So based upon these findings, the ALJ concluded that allowing the respondent to retain his license would pose a risk to the public and recommended revocation. Therefore, staff recommends adoption of this proposal for decision.
Okay. So representative for Mr. Jankovic. You'll have 5 minutes, and then Director Malloy will have 5 minutes after that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. My name is Troy Bollier. I'm an attorney and the Director of Legal Services at Bertolino LLP, and with me here today is my client, Mr. Jankovic. And Mr. Jankovic is here today, and we want to address the Commission. We had a hearing in January in front of the administrative law judge. Mr. Jankovic is here taking ownership of what did happen, but he believes there are 3 primary reasons why the Commission today should exercise your discretion and impose a disciplinary action less than revocation. And I'm going to jump into those 3 quick points in just a moment here, but first, Mr. Jankovic did want to address the Commission.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dylan Jankovic. I'm here today asking for the chance to continue serving my clients and my community as a licensed agent on the Texas Real Estate Commission. I'll try to make this really quick for you guys, but I do want to start by acknowledging my past. I made a serious mistake, and I take full responsibility for it. I don't stand here to minimize or excuse it. What I can do and what I've worked every day to do is prove through my actions that I've grown from it, learned from it, and built a life centered around integrity, service, and accountability. Over the last 5.5 years, I've been part of more than 328 real estate transactions. Around 200 of those I've handled personally before building a team. Throughout that time, I've never had a single complaint filed against my license nor any of my agents. That consistency matters to me because it reflects a standard I hold myself to every single day. I've also had the privilege of training dozens of agents, people who are now leaders in our industry. They serve on local boards, on women's council leadership. I even have an agent who's the director of a military division of over 2,000 agents, just to show that the ripple effect shows not just how I affect my clients, but influences how others serve theirs in a positive way. And then I think we're going to talk on the community service and charitable work that I do, but so I'll just quickly add on in terms of rehabilitation. A major factor leading to my actions was that I suffered through suicidal depression during my transition out of the military. My judgment was drastically impaired during that time. Since then, I've been diagnosed by the VA. I've had a lot of counseling, and I've done a lot of work on myself to ensure that I'm never put in that kind of situation again. I never do anything like this again. I understand that holding a real estate license is a privilege, not a right. I don't take that lightly. My record since my mistakes reflects who I am today, not who I was then. If you allow me to keep my license, I'll continue to uphold the standards of this profession. I'll serve my clients with integrity, and I'll use this position to positively impact others. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So, Commission members, I just had 3 points to amplify on what Mr. Jankovic said. And those 3 points, I think, support exercising your discretion here today, which the Commission has and the staff have in the past done in other instances with similar criminal convictions. And the first thing is that Mr. Jankovic has gone through the rehabilitative steps, and he is not a risk to the consuming public. When you look at the record in this case, the testimony and the evidence, he paid all of his restitution, $185,000, and all the court costs and the fines. And he did it quickly after the conviction. He's on the lowest level of probation. In fact, he doesn't even have to report physically, he reports virtually. Mr. Jankovic has done the work, as you heard him talk about a moment ago, and as he testified during the hearing, to address the underlying mental health issues that led to these poor choices. And Mr. Jankovic is not at that point that he was over 5 years ago when he engaged in this misconduct. So that's the first thing. The second point is that cutting Mr. Jankovic completely out of the real estate profession would do a disservice to the public, the community, and his fellow license holders. The testimony from 4 different real estate agents during that hearing was that they knew Mr. Jankovic's misconduct, his criminal conviction, and in spite of that, they had personal experiences with him that demonstrated he was someone you want to keep in the industry. Now, before I was a defense attorney, I spent 15 years doing regulatory work, and so I understand the agency has a job to do and needs to very carefully weigh the public interest in protecting the public. I think this is a case when you look at the entirety of the circumstances, you will find that putting Mr. Jankovic on probation, whatever those terms may look like, so that you're comfortable the public is protected, will be the right decision to make. The final thing I will just point out is that we introduced numerous prior commission decisions. These all are very similar situations to Mr. Jankovic's case involving money laundering and fraud convictions. Many of those were brokers, if not real estate agents. They all demonstrated in instances where the commission exercised discretion. If we're going to treat Mr. Jankovic equally under the law and make sure that we're consistent, I think that he deserves a dispensation of your discretion here today, something less than revocation. That's what we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay. Director Malloy, or you have questions you want? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You mentioned that you had taken some steps for rehabilitation. What does that look like first? Can you explain what you did?
Yeah, so the biggest thing, the first thing that I really did was got through the VA, got diagnosed for, mental issue, well, depression specifically. And so I've gone through counseling for that. I've cut off any ties from the people who were related to the incidents. And then I've also ensured that if I'm ever doing any kind of project, like we are fully vetting funds. I have a transaction coordinator who is involved. I have business partners who are there to ensure that everything that I do, because this came through a property flip, ensure that anything that I do has multiple sets of eyes on it, and that we're always going through some sort of certified funds or through larger corporations who can provide that.
Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you. Director Malloy.
I'll just keep this brief. I mean, the ALJ took all this under consideration. I mean, the hearing went for several hours with all the testimony and all the information that was there. And, just when you read this PFD, the judge took all that consideration. It's not lightly where a judge will decide to revoke someone's license. And this judge still had concerns about the safety to the public with, Mr. Jankovic keeping his license. And I believe in what the ALJ went through the proper analysis. And, we should remember, this doesn't shut someone out. I mean, they'll be revoked, but, over time, it seems like the ALJ feels he'll be able to repair, get back at some point. But right now, it's important to have his license revoked in the interest of public safety, so.
Questions for Director Malloy? Okay, thank you. Let's move to agenda item 12C. Consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in the matter of SOA docket 329-25-10902, TREC versus Anna Celadon. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of? Okay, thank you. Proceed.
All right. This case involves a licensed agent who engaged in serious criminal conduct and subsequently failed to comply with multiple other obligations, namely reporting the criminal history. Respondent pleaded guilty to 2 felony forgery offenses, which are crimes involving fraud and dishonesty. Under the Real Estate License Act, such offenses are considered directly related. And it goes to the qualities of fundamental, what it is to be a real estate professional. In addition to underlying conduct, the respondent failed to timely notify the commission of the plea of guilty within the required time by law. She also failed to disclose the offense during the license renewal process and also didn't provide us documents timely. These additional violations demonstrate a pattern of noncompliance and a lack of candor in dealing with regulatory authority. The ALJ considered the seriousness of the offenses, the multiple disclosure violations, and the applicable penalty factors, and the ALJ determined that the respondent's conduct demonstrated a lack of fitness to continue holding a license, and that revocation is necessary to protect the public. According to the ALJ's recommendations, they recommended the assessment of $3,500 administrative penalty and the revocation of Ms. Celadon's license. So staff recommends the commission adopt the proposal as written.
Thank you. All right, representative for Ms. Celadon?
Well, that's just, yeah, that's Ms. Celadon herself, yeah. She had an attorney for the hearing, but not today, not here today.
Okay, so no one's here today for her.
Well, yeah, unless she wants to talk on her own, so.
Oh, would you like, I'm sorry, would you like to address the commission?
My name is Anna Celadon, and I want to acknowledge the seriousness of why I'm here and take full responsibility for my past actions. I understand that my conduct involved a breach of trust, and I recognize that. That's why it raises concern in a professional built on fiduciary responsibility. Since that time, I have made meaningful changes in how I operate. I do not handle client funds directly, and I rely on structured oversight throughout the title companies to ensure compliance and transparency in every transaction. This experience has been a turning point for me. I am committed to operating with integrity and to maintaining the standards of a license holder. I respectfully ask the commission not to revoke my license and to consider allowing me to continue practicing under appropriate conditions or oversight. I respectfully ask the opportunity to continue practicing under conditions and find appropriate to earn and trust through my actions moving forward. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Questions? Any questions? Celadon? Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Malloy.
As I previously mentioned in the other case, the ALJ took these factors under consideration. I'll point out is, Ms. Celadon had concern about her license. She probably shouldn't have failed to disclose it on a renewal or failed to cooperate with us, failed to notify. And it just goes back to the character and nature of this situation that just more compiles that there's 2 aggregated forgery charges in this case. And anything in a real estate transaction dealing with forgery, I would say that's a high up type of serious criminal offense, so.
Yeah. Any questions for Director Malloy?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving right along. Agenda item 12D is a consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in the matter of SOA docket 32925-26267, TREC versus Chelsea Dale Graham. Is there anyone here, Mr. Graham? Or Ms. Graham?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
So this case involves a licensed home inspector who failed to perform inspection in accordance with the commission standards. The evidence showed the respondent didn't properly inspect and report the required systems and components and failed to identify observable deficiencies related to the roof. As a result, the inspection was performed in a manner that fell below the minimum standards. The ALJ, while they didn't find all of our violations, They did determine that the inspection was performed in a negligent manner, specifically related to the roof, and recommended a reprimand of the license holder's license. We would like to propose, with the reprimand, also issuing an administrative penalty for this type of range of statutory violation. You have a $500 to $3,000 range. Typically, in these situations, we find someone around $500 to $1,000. Given the fact that this individual didn't have any prior disciplinary action, so that would fit our normal standard for administrative penalty.
Questions for Director Malloy? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of our contested cases. So at this point, we're going to adjourn into executive session. Excuse me. Another car?
No, Mercedes drivers, you are safe. This is just a reminder, so we're going to break for lunch. Don't sign out if you're getting CE hours. You're just going to come back. Jen? And then you will sign out when you leave.
And then tomorrow morning, no.
Yeah. Right, so you'll need to come back, but you'll sign out at the end of the meeting. Got it? Okay.
All right, so-
So shorter second half.
So you want to do 45 minutes? What are you thinking?
45 is great, if that works for you. And then if you could read the executive session language.
Yes. Got it right here.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go into executive session, and we're going to be discussing the contested cases and other items.
The whole thing.
What's that? All right, just a second. Where the hell was? All right, we're going into executive session to discuss, we're going into executive session to discuss pending litigation or obtain advice on legal counsel on the agenda items pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071 and personnel matters relating to the performance review of the executive director pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. For the record, thank you. Bring the session or the commission meeting back into session. It's 2:03, so in the interest of time, we'll move right ahead here. All right, we're coming back after the executive session, and now we're going to address the contested cases that we heard right before the break. So with that, agenda item 12A, consideration of possible action regarding proposal for decision in the matter of SOA docket 329-25-25927, TREC versus Brandon Curley. Do I have any motion?
Yes, I move to adopt the PFD as written.
Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. The second one, agenda item 12B, consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in SOA docket 329-26-0001, TREC versus Dylan Jankovic.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the PFD as written.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, discussion.
I have an item to bring up to discuss. So I would like to, is it appropriate for me to have an opinion or make a motion?
So this would be the point where you would, if you want to speak about or against the motion, you could do that at that point. We would, since this motion is on the floor, we would have this discussion vote, depending on the outcome. There could be additional motions.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is what?
To adopt the PFD as written.
Okay, yes, I do have some comments. So based on Lieutenant Yankovic? Captain Yankovic. So can Mr. Yankovic come up? Is that possible? Captain? I'd love to. So Captain, where's your attorney?
He left, sir. I wasn't sure if he was supposed to remain or not.
Well, I think you're best suited to answer these questions anyway.
Yes, sir.
So, Captain, you graduated from West Point in 2015.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you always want to go to West Point your whole career, your whole life?
And we do have to stay within the record for these, so we just have to be careful that any of our questions are based on the record, what's in your materials.
Okay. I don't understand that.
We're limited in what you can consider. What you can consider is what's in your materials. It's part of the administrative record. You just want to make sure you're asking what's in the record.
Okay. Well, I'll land the plane. I believe this young man has obviously has been accountable for his mistakes, and he has stepped up to the table, been accountable, made retribution back, continues to be a good steward in the industry right now, pushing forward. I do think you being out of the industry is not the right move. I think you fulfilled quite a commitment, and you went on and served, and I think you deserve to still be in the industry. Now, I'm not saying that goes without a few strings attached. However, I do think you would be better off in this industry than out of this industry. That's my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
In the PFD, page 10, it says, the respondent overlooked his comments his partner made about the falsifications.
Would you like me to elaborate on that, sir?
A little bit, if you mind.
So, more or less, what ended up happening was early, I think it was 2019, there was a text or two that he said he was going to put ghost names or something. And I had said, I don't know, that feels illegal. And then it came out to something to the effect of like, no, as long as like we do our taxes correctly, it's fine. And I let that go, and that ended up being really the crux of the argument. And so I decided to take accountability for that and take my plea. So that was, it was 2019 as I was moved to, I ended up having to do my last year of the military in Missouri. So they had moved me away from my home where I had a fiance and a house and a job lined up. And that was kind of where I went into that depression that I mentioned. So yeah, it was during that time. He had sent it was a text or two where he had mentioned those. Ended up being, later on I said, hey man, I really don't understand how you're running this side of the business. Like, that's you. I'll use money later. We'll flip properties with it. But like, I need you to handle things on this side because I don't really understand. That was a stupid decision if I'm going to be a business partner with somebody. And that was the first business that I'd ever been a part of with somebody. And so that's something now where if I'm going to be in a business, I need to understand fully what is happening.
So the administrative law judge in the PFD indicated that you did have knowledge of this, but yet
correct. It's based off
you
of
said that
those
you
messages.
overlooked it. So were you not aware?
No, I was. So that's, I guess I should say, overlooked my responsibility to report that. Because he did send those messages. I did have knowledge of it, and I allowed it to go. And I just took the stance of, if I'm not a part of it, then it's not my issue. And I know now that is not how things work.
Mr. Jankovic, these are serious allegations, as you may know.
Yes, sir.
And it seems that all this stems from the actions of your business partner, right? And to the extent that you have a business partner that's doing this, you're also responsible, right?
Yes, sir.
You're kind of enjoined with him in all the
Right.
actions of that business. Unfortunately, it's something that a lot of people find themselves in. We don't know who we get into business with a lot of times. I've seen it time and time again in a lot of the fraud cases that I've worked. Unfortunately, it does affect you, which caused you to plead guilty in this situation.
Yes, sir.
Having said that, you know, at the other licensing agency that I was a part of, there was 3 Rs that we looked at with respect to whether we should consider something less than the recommended disciplinary action, and those were responsibility, which, based on your testimony here today, you have done and assumed responsibility for what you've done. The second part of that is restitution, meaning that you have paid in full all of the restitution that was ordered by the court, and what have you. And the last part was what I had asked from you regarding the rehabilitation steps that you had taken. You mentioned that you had taken some counseling classes. Because of the type of situation, the totality of factors related to what all transpired within this event, you know, I'm leaning more towards a probated suspension rather than a full revocation. I do recognize that you are a military veteran, West Point, as the PFD also outlines. And so at this point, the commission, I would be in favor of probated suspensions. I know that the motion is for a full revocation, so that's my position at this time.
Yeah, you're speaking against the motion.
I'm speaking against the motion, that's correct.
As was Commissioner.
So my question is, what the commissioner is proposing in against the motion, probate revocation, it would, I feel like that would be more. We have to vote on this one first. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, can we do a hand raise? Thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, motion fails.
Okay.
Okay, then I have a motion that I'd like to make. Okay, my motion would be based on Mr. Captain Yankovic's rehabilitation and compliance with probation terms and letters of reference. I move to probate revocation.
Suspension.
You can do either. You can do a probated revocation or a probated suspension. We tend to see probated suspensions more, but in this case, if you want to do a probated revocation, you can.
I think I'd like to do that. And
So he's still able to practice?
I want
Yes.
this gentleman to still be able to practice real estate.
Yes, so what this does is it's a revocation, but it's on a probationary basis. So we would essentially set terms, just like a probated suspension, but set terms that would have to be adhered to, and if they're not, then the revocation goes back into place.
Okay, and I feel comfortable doing that, making this, and then obviously subject to terms, conditions to be outlined in the order for a period of approximately 4 years.
That's a second.
Abby, can you explain the difference between a probated revocation and a probated suspension?
That's a great question. Practically speaking, there's not a huge difference. It's optics. So if you feel like you want to send a message that this is serious, a revocation in this case is more appropriate, but we'll do it on a probated basis. You can do so. It's practically speaking very nearly identical. It's more an optics issue.
Okay, so do we have what we need for a motion? Yes.
So you've got a motion and a second from Commissioner Pena.
Discussion.
Discussion, yeah. Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
You raise hands. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to 12C. which is SOA docket 329-25-10902, TREC versus Anna Celadon.
Move to accept the PFD as written.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Agenda item, or well, it's agenda 12D. Consideration and possible action regarding SOA docket 329-25-26267, TREC versus Chelsea Dale Graham. Do we have a motion?
Based on Mr. Graham's violation in accordance with prior administrative decisions, I move to reprimand his license and administer a $500 penalty.
Second.
Okay, discussion. All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you all. All right, moving to agenda item 14. Discussion and possible action.
Actually, we've got to go back to.
Oh, now we got to go back.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, yeah.
And I believe we left off
We left off on.
with the education report. So I think next up is the licensing division report.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vanessa
Vanessa.
Burgess. Yeah, I know.
Executive Director.
Deputy Executive Director.
Executive Director, Vanessa Burgess.
Yes.
Take it away.
Yes, okay. I'm not here for parking. I'm here to provide an update for the licensing division. On March 23rd, Director of Enforcement, Mike Malloy, and myself began overseeing the licensing division. And I want to do a little bit to tell the story of where we have come with the licensing division. For everyone here, the licensing division, unsurprisingly, touches all of our license types. So it is responsible for the issuing of licenses and then also the renewing of licenses. I'll start here. Chelsea had mentioned, I'm sorry, Executive Director Buchholz had mentioned that our reports look a little bit different. The licensing report certainly looks a lot different right now. Importantly, though, we did include our total license holder count because I think that is informative of really what's going on with our license holders in the state of Texas. So a total license holder count of 239,934. That's a lot. If you look, our biggest numbers are what you would expect: sales agent license holders, individual brokers, broker license holders. And so looking at this, you can get an idea of really how big Texas is, right? And if we can move to the next slide, Jamie, thank you. What I've got here, you'll see these graphs. You don't have to read the numbers to be able to tell what the growth pattern is. These are reflective of our renewals for sales agent and broker, specifically on this slide, from December of 2025 to essentially current day, April 26th. And what you're going to see there is significant growth in the number of renewals that the agency has been able to issue in the new Realm portal. Renewals are pretty exciting, particularly for the individual license types, for sales agents and for individual brokers, same with inspectors, things like that. Because they are really and truly automated at this point. There were some hiccups along the way where renewals were slowed down, but what you're seeing in these charts is you're seeing that renewals are happening, and they are happening automatically in the instances where they can, right? So business entity broker is a little bit of a different process. But I am delighted to say that we are seeing movement. You can see a really high progression in March, and you're seeing it in April too, and I think that is due to the automation of first-time renewals, SAEs, because those have a little bit of a different requirement. So there were folks who were waiting on their SAE renewal longer than they would have liked to, and we're seeing that catch up. So that's really exciting from the perspective of those of us at the agency who are watching this and who know that folks are struggling and they're having a hard time getting through. I am delighted to see this pattern. These are the ERW renewals. Inspectors, you're going to see the same thing. And in something that I think is really important and something that I've really learned about this industry is that you all really follow applicants, future license holders. And that's true if you're a CE provider, if you're a broker, if you're just someone who's trying to help someone get into the industry, right? We see a lot of support in that arena, and I am happy to report to you, because I know there's all types in here, that we are opening sales agent applications today as of April 23rd. And that is, I'm scared of that microphone. That's a remarkable number. We've seen a lot of growth in that. At the February meeting, we talked about a pretty significant backlog. That backlog is cleared. And I am seeing someone, for CE providers, I think this is the best thing you can tell your students. Similar for brokers with prospective agents. If you turn in your application and it is complete, meaning you filled everything out, you uploaded all of your course completion certificates in a JPEG, not in a JPEG, in a PFD, oh my gosh, in a PDF, not a PFD, that's what we just did.
Hey,
In a
feel your
PDF, an Adobe PDF. If you get all of that uploaded at first pass, there is a really strong likelihood that what's going to happen is we're going to open that application within about 2 weeks. I'm going to say less, but 2 to 3 weeks is what I'm told to say. We're going to take a look at all those certificates. The system's going to auto push you to exam authorization. You're going to get that exam authorization letter in about 48 hours. You're going to go out there, you're going to crush your exam, and your license will auto issue about, I'm going to say 48 hours, because I too get emails from someone who's like, I'm just leaving the testing site, I passed, where's my license? You're going to see that auto issue within about 48 hours, usually less. That is super exciting to me, and I hope super exciting to you guys. Does that mean that there are not folks that are out there who are stuck somewhere? I know it does. I think it was Commissioner Olguin who mentioned, can you see how long people have been sitting there and what their status is? I will tell you, I obsessively check our dashboard to see how many days anyone has been sitting to make sure that we can get to them. And a lot of times I'll go back and it's because they need to upload something for us. Sometimes I'll catch someone who does need our help. I get emails from folks. So I will tell you, please email me directly if you have been waiting or you know someone's been waiting longer than about 2 to 3 weeks, because I want to go find them. We want to help them. This is not, I'm saying me, but this is the whole licensing division. So I'm really pleased to announce this progress, and I hope that you all are too. It's not perfect. There are folks that are out there. Again, please reach out if you've got those folks. I have commissioners who do that. I have individuals who reach out to me, and then I have the ones who come back that are like, I got my license, and it's really exciting. So I will conclude my report with that, except I'm going to take maybe 20 seconds to embarrass Mike Malloy. Mike Malloy has been doing this with me in the licensing division, and to be honest, Mike Malloy, his knowledge of the system, of the portal, of how it works, his willingness to get in there and figure out the things that we don't quite know yet, it's incredible. I think I speak on behalf of all of staff that Mike has been the go-to person, and he has never once told me to go away or that's a dumb question. And more often than not, I'll say, hey, can you check on this application? And he says, approved, I just approved it. And I didn't even tell him what I needed yet. So just a real big thanks to Mike. It's been really nice to see his leadership shine during this. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Director Malloy, the star of the licensing division.
Sorry you were impressed.
Director of Enforcement.
Just try to get people licensed, those are the goals, but I appreciate the sentiment. So I'm here to report about the Enforcement Division and where we're at. Division, as a whole, we're adapting to the new process that we have for compliance. I know in general, there has been, some questions about, how you submit responses and things like that. It's a totally different process, and, I'm looking for, all kinds of feedback in regards to that. I know it's sometimes when people are unable to do it, it could be a few different reasons. But I'd say like about the 1,100 people that we have open for investigations, be it like business brokers or individual license holders, I was looking at the stats a few days ago, over 700 have submitted electronic responses. So people are getting it, but there are some people that need extra help, and that's where my staff has been trying to do that diligently with people that call up or email. And if you're getting close to your deadline, we've been very generous to help people out to extend those deadlines so they can figure out how to submit a response to us. Part of that response record it's a key part of our system is you establish a link to your complaint that way, and also later on, if there's discipline that's necessary and you have to pay an administrative penalty, that's all paid through the response record. So that's why there's a push to submit those things electronically, because we try to avoid having to create the response on the back end, which makes it more difficult for people to either pay or comply with discipline if discipline does show up for individuals. Plus, also allows them to upload those critical documents and kind of track, that they did submit a response in a way. So, but like Chelsea mentioned, or Secretary Buchholz, my reports are not quite there yet, but I've been able to pull some data from there. So you'll see over the past 3 months, January through March, we've received over 856, or opened over 856 complaints. Currently, we have over 677 complaints. 630 of them comprise of consumer-only complaints. Then the remainder of theirs for applicant background. Applicant background would be people that have background-related issues that are filing for applications. And then for criminal background, those are people that already have licenses that have criminal conviction. So, moving to the next slide, this represents the number of closings that we've had over the past 3 months. Statistically, we've always had, no jurisdiction has always been quite high, because there's so many types of complaints that we receive that we just cannot regulate. For instance, like landlord-tenant disputes, private related contract disputes. So the remainder of that category kind of closes in typical fashion, how it is historically, where application matters were up there, along with insufficient evidence. So that's ones where they go through the full investigative process, and there's just not enough evidence to establish a violation. We had 27 cases that resulted in disciplinary actions, and we issued 18 advisory letters. The failure to go forward, that may be like a new term for you all. So failure to go forwards are situations where we ask a complainant, like when they initially file a complaint, like they didn't give us anything, or their allegations are maybe a little confusing, so we follow up and ask them for more information or maybe some specific questions. Typically, they'll respond back quickly, but in some cases, since we have to have cases that keep progressing and don't sit there, our rules provide that we request that they submit that response within 14 days. In this case, 8 complaints they didn't. Doesn't block them from ever filing a complaint again, but basically it was able to just close that matter and move on. So, let's see. So I just want to also reiterate in regards to I think future reports, what you'll see is you'll actually see lower numbers, and that doesn't mean that less people are filing complaints. It seems like there's an upward trend of people filing complaints, but we're not going to be tracking some of the things that we did before. For instance, like fitness determinations used to be on my report. They're now treated purely like an application, and I can give you those numbers if you'd like to see them going forward, but they won't be reflective on my enforcement-related reports. Additionally, with one of the inventions of the Realm portal and applications, you can upload and put in all your criminal history as part of an application. So we have staff now, we have Streamline, where we get alerts in regards to like someone answering a yes to those curative questions, And we can go and look at those applications without the need necessarily to open a full investigation on the enforcement side. So if it's a type of situation where we would clear that individual anyway, now that they've provided those documents and we can confirm some things, then we don't necessarily have to open those investigations on the enforcement side because we already have those documents up front with the application. That concludes what I was going to present today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
So I went back and reviewed all the disciplinary activity data from when I got on the commission in 2021 to now, and I looked at the January through March numbers, and it was consistently, the opened, received, and closed cases were consistently 1,500 to 1,700 cases during that amount of time, the January through March time, for 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25. And then all of a sudden, this time around in 2026, we had 856 cases opened, and we had 383 closed. What's going on with those numbers? How is it so much smaller now than it was in the last 6 years, 5 years, whatever it is?
Well, it goes over to what I was talking about. We're not counting fitness determinations. So that's a few hundred, over every month. And then additionally that, we're not opening every related background case.
So that would count for over 1,000 cases?
I think I just have to look at your statistics.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we did have some issues in the beginning in regards to closing cases and stuff, but people have been rebounding, so that could be also a factor associated with it as well. I can tell you the current open number, that jives historically with how many we usually have typically open at an even time. So the 600.
No, so I went back for the same amount of time, January through March,
Right.
2021, all the way to now. And it was consistently anywhere from 1,500 to 1,700.
New cases or?
Open per month?
Open cases
Or open
from
for that
January to March
three-month
total.
period?
See how you have the total on there?
Right. Mm-hmm.
The totals. January through March were consistently 1,500 to 1,700 on the open side and the closed side for
Okay.
January through March. So it was just a huge discrepancy.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Director Malloy. Okay, next up,
700 cases?
Director of IT, Tom Watson, front row.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Tom Watson, Director of Information Services. To begin, I would like to focus on 3 specific areas within IT. That is, our current focus. One of the first areas is we are looking at specific situations of applicants or license holders and troubleshooting those escalated items or unique items that are called in or are identified through daily operations. So we're assisting the divisions to try to identify the causes, provide a resolution, and get those issued in assistance of their efforts. So they don't need to spend the time on the more difficult situations. Additionally, with that, we are doing a lot of the account management activities. So setting up your initial account, walking people through the initial account, attaching the license to the account, or password resets, that type of thing. So a lot of those calls are coming to our organization, and we're helping new applicants or license holders manage their account processes and get through those initial hurdles. Concurrent with that, some of the operational things, our focus right now, as you've heard a couple of times this morning, is we're trying to get a push on to move to the next phase of the project, and that is to the support organization within Excella. There's a handful of items that yet need to be implemented, deployed is a better word. And once we get that, we can then enter into the maintenance phase. So we're working really hard with each of the divisions, with Excella, to try to get those to conclusion, get those implemented, and experience and realize those efficiencies. Most of those items remaining are back office activities. I think we may have one that is more directly related to an application process. So those efficiencies we're working, trying real hard to get to support. Additionally, with that, the operational of daily, weekly, and monthly activities, trying to get those back to run in an automated fashion, a little bit less hands-on approach, and get those current. There was some discussion earlier today about certain things being kind of delayed. We want to bring those back up to a normal standard, a normal consistency of timelines and activity on when things occur. And then finally, it's really the development of my team. So my team has been historically, they had skill sets that aligned with our previous vendor. Those skill sets don't necessarily translate to the new vendor. So I need to ensure that my team has the core requirements, the core skill sets to be able to become certified in the platform, get the training of the platform, and expand the knowledge of the technical aspect of the platform. So we're working on those that don't have it, getting their baseline skill sets for this technology set to the point where they can then continue and expand upon their technical knowledge of the platform. So those are the three things that is our current focus. On page 29 is a look at our online applications and online renewals. These are activities that are utilizing the payment portal for transactions. It's expanded since you've last seen it to include some additional transactions that were never available in the past. You can see that it's fairly consistent with where it was in prior months. I don't expect it to be there long. We're still processing applications that that initially came in through TREC. So that's why we haven't yet expanded upon the percentage of individuals through credit cards. But I expect that's going to start shifting, and based on other factors, other indicators within the processes of the organization, I expect to see those at 100% very shortly. So there's nothing that I'm seeing preventing us from getting to the 100% utilization of credit card payments and away from checks as we previously did. On page 30 is just a graphical representation of the same, showing a 13-month trend. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
Yes. Tom, if you remember a couple of internal audits ago, we looked at the IT vulnerabilities of the current platform that we have back then. Obviously, we're in a new Excella platform. What's a consideration with respect to that platform and IT vulnerabilities that we may or may not have? Is that come at the end, or is it an in-process thing, or how does that look like?
So we do vulnerability scans on a regular basis. We also do vulnerability audits through the state on an annual basis. We actually probably have one coming up this summer. In doing that, we typically focus on our website or public-facing web pages, which will be the portal, essentially. So we'll hit that cycle on our next evaluation period. And that'll take a look at access into the Realm portal. I do know that, I forget the certification numbers offhand, but I know that Excella also does their version of authentication or vulnerability scans from a cloud perspective and the back office perspective. And they have provided us some certification of the results, not necessarily the details of the scans, but certification that they have gone through the scanning process and taken appropriate action to address those needs.
So on the Acela platform, does that, for login, right? Obviously, all the staff have their user ID. Do they require a 2FA, two-factor authentication to get into the system, or how security-wise, how do y'all handle that?
I don't believe, I'd have to look. I don't believe we're currently activating two-factor into the Realm portal. I'd have to take a look. I don't remember whether or not that's a feature or not.
Okay.
I'll make a note of that and investigate.
Okay. Any other questions for Director Watson? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Chief Financial Officer Renata Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Woodruff, Commissioners, Renata Williams, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be presenting the FY26 monthly report for March for the Financial Services Division. And starting on page 10 of your supplemental materials is the Executive Financial Report. Our revenue collected for March was $7.4 million. Our total expenses through March were $11 million. We recognize an operational loss of $3.6 million. Our ending revenue collection was 55.8% of our projected amount, so that's below our target of 58.33% as of 7 months throughout the fiscal year. Our ending expenses for March were 54.5%, and that too is below our target of 58.33%. On page 12 of the supplemental materials is a chart that details the revenue and expense comparison for FY25 and 26. And as to be expected, our expenses are trending higher than our revenue, and we knew that would be the case with the RAM portal and paying for those expenditures. On page 13 is the regulatory application modernization project budget. The implementation portion of the contract still has $332,000 remaining to be paid for remaining deliverables. We also have projected expenses in FY27 of $502,000, which are a part of our year 5 production costs as per the contract. Now moving on to the investment reports on page 15 of the supplemental materials. In account 3055, our account balance was $7.4 million. We had $4.9 million in operating reserves, which left $2.5 million as our ending balance. On page 16 in 3058, which is our real estate recovery fund, we had $4.7 million as that account balance, $529,869.40 reserved for potential payments within the next 90 days. And that left $4.1 million as the ending account balance. And lastly, on page 17 of the materials is account 3059. That's the Real Estate Inspector Recovery Fund. Our ending account balance was $497,562.27. There are no potential payments within the next 90 days. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Government and Strategic Communications Director, Summer Mandel.
Hi, good afternoon. As you said, I'm Summer Mandel, Government and Strategic Communications Director. Hello, everyone in the audience who hung out this long. Thanks so much for coming. So just to give you a sense of what my role is, as Commissioner Brown referenced earlier, in my government relations role, I work with legislative offices, usually for constituent matters, but also during the legislative session, and track bills and things like that. But this report is focused on the communications function of the agency, and that's composed of myself and communications specialist Sierra Pizarro. If you've taken any of our courses, you've probably seen Sierra in our From the Case Files video. So you also may hear her voice while you're waiting on hold. We have worked with Robert's team to create some new hold messages, trying to help direct people to some of those resources that we have online. So in the report, I have the typical newsletter statistics for the newsletters we've sent since the last meeting. Also, you can see, very small, but you can see the graphical representation of that new tab that Executive Director Buckholz mentioned, the Realm Portal help. And then for quite some time, it's been about a year, we've been using trec.texas.gov/LMS, like License Management System, as kind of a landing page for information. And we still use that. And you can see a lot of those how-to guides are linked there at the top, but we still share some timely updates if there's anything going on with the system that we think y'all should know about. Executive Director Buckholz mentioned the webinar as well. This was the 101 level webinar, so it was setting up an account. If you needed to pin your licenses to your account, renewing, so really covering the basics. And of course, we have people at all different levels of comfort. So, you know, some people still need the help with just getting started. Others are looking for more advanced tools and options, and we'll have that broker webinar next week. I think that will be really helpful for the brokers here and elsewhere, and we'll continue to do that, focus on applicants, and then keep sprinkling in those 101 level webinars. A lot of things the other directors have mentioned are projects that Sierra and I have been involved in. So we have about 400 automated messages that go out from the Realm portal, and we've touched a very small portion of those, but we're going to keep reviewing them and updating them to try to make sure there's helpful information. And we're going to just keep listening and monitoring what people need help with and adding to the how-to guides, videos, et cetera. So in the interest of time, I will conclude my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Okay.
Okay,
hearing
thank
none.
you.
Thank you, Summer. Okay, that concludes our staff reports. Now we're back to public comment on the Acelo, or that was agenda item 10, if you can remember way back then. And so I don't know if we have two. One is Jennifer Waha, but she may have left. I don't know if she's still here. Oh, okay. Okay, please join us at the mic.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, because my internet and my computer just crashed. So let me pull up some notes really quickly for you all. But thank you all for letting me speak today. My name is Corey Connor. I am Senior Associate Counsel for Texas Realtors. So I just want to give a few comments on the Realm portal. And good afternoon, Chairman Woodruff and Commissioners and TREC staff. So again, I'm here representing Texas Realtors, and I apologize as Ms. Wuhop had to leave for a meeting. But thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your continued service both to the real estate industry and the people of Texas. I just want to briefly share some feedback that Texas Realtors has received from our members regarding the rollout of the new Realm portal. I know probably none of this is going to be news to you, but just want to share kind of the feedback that we have received. Before doing so, I just want to acknowledge the Commission's efforts on behalf of the Texas Realtors in the efforts to modernize and to improve the licensing system. Texas Realtors supports innovation that ultimately benefits license holders and the public. I also want to specifically thank Executive Director Chelsea Buckholz and all of the TREC staff. They've been incredibly responsive and helpful to us and to our members as they work through the questions and challenges during the transition. And so in speaking today, I do not want to discredit the amount of effort that they have put into trying to resolve the issues that our members have been experiencing. And unfortunately, as no surprise I'm sure to you, the challenges have been many. Realtor members, and I'm just going to briefly analyze some of those or report some of those, but our members have reported persistent technical issues, including difficulties accessing accounts, delays in application processing, and overall just confusion navigating the system. All things that you guys are all very aware of. License renewals in particular and disruptions have created some uncertainty and in some cases concerns about being able to maintain active license status while continuing to serve their clients. And then many of our members have just had to spend considerable time trying to work through these issues that just have impacted their ability to conduct business. And then, as you know, education providers have been impacted as well with some inaccuracies with the high-value data sets and things like that have disrupted, of course, the automated education posting and processing. So some of these things obviously have caused delays and some anxiety and concern for our members. And so, and then just having to continue to monitor that, these updates and making sure that the information is accurate has caused a considerable amount of time and effort on our members' behalf. So, but we just respectfully encourage the Commission to consider additional system refinements, some of which I think we've heard some positive reports today from that, and we just wanted to say we support that. Texas Realtors stands behind that and supports those efforts, and along with clear user guidance and enhanced support resources, all of which will help ensure a smooth experience moving forward. We know that there have been a number of resources posted online and made available, and we just appreciate those efforts. It is our collective goal that that Realm ultimately deliver on its promise of a more efficient and user-friendly system. And so Texas Realtors, we really stand ready, and we continue to be ready to partner with TREC to share member feedback, to help disseminate information, and to help identify practical solutions. So we just thank you for your continued service and your time and letting me speak to you today. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last public comment, Mitch Rainey. Going once, going twice. Okay, moving on.
And I just wanted to note there was a written public comment included in your materials under this agenda item, 2 actually.
Okay, so do we want to read those?
Don't have to read them, just noting that.
Okay, noting that there are 2 written comments in the agenda as well, so public comments, so yeah. All right, so with that, let's move to agenda item 14.
Just 11, just to ensure there's no one else who has any non-agenda item public comments.
Any other non-agenda item public comments?
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brittany Ramirez, and I'm the Assistant General Counsel for TREC. I'm going to be going over agenda items 14 and 15, which pertain to the Recovery Fund. Agenda item 14 is discussion and possible action to authorize settlements of Recovery Fund claims or take other actions. Just a reminder, the Recovery Fund is set up to reimburse consumers for harm caused by license holders. Item 14 should sound familiar. It's Recovery Fund RF 26003, Peaceful Sunrise Properties LLC versus Total Property Care. This claim was presented at the February Commission meeting. However, the motion as filed did not incorporate post-judgment attorney's fees, so the claim is just being revisited to add them. As a refresher, this claim does involve a brokerage that agreed to manage properties in Corpus Christi, but it failed to remit rent, maintain accurate records, and provide required monthly financial statements to the owner. We do need a motion for this. The staff recommendation is that the Commission move to authorize a settlement payment of $57,020.52 plus 5% post-judgment interest calculated on the $50,446.52 awarded in the judgment.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Great. Agenda item 15 is the report regarding denial of Recovery Fund claims. So the Commission does have a policy which delegates the authority to staff to deny claims. When staff decides to deny a claim, it will provide a summary report of those denials to the Commission at quarterly meetings such as this one. So this is in an effort to help with transparency. Please note you did receive copies of the denial letters under separate cover. This item does not require any action by the commission. You're just listening to me read why we denied it. Item 15A is Recovery Fund Claim RF 26004 regarding Hobbs versus Paula Beal and Silverado Enterprises, Inc. This claim pertained to a remodel project where the defendants were paid but failed to complete even the first phase of the remodel project. This claim is denied because the damages arise solely from the remodel project, not real estate brokerage activity. Under Texas Occupations Code, Chapter 1101, construction or remodeling is specifically excluded from the definition of brokerage, and a claim is only eligible if it involves conduct requiring a real estate license. So since the actions here described did not require a license, the claim does not meet the statutory requirements for recovery. Item 15B is Recovery Fund Claim RF 26005, Alviso versus Miller. This claim involves a sales agent that was a part owner of a property with a group of friends. There was a verbal agreement to lease the property with an option to buy with possible seller financing after a $15,000 down payment was met. This claim is being denied for a few reasons. There was no conduct described by Section 1101.652 that is attributable to the license holder at issue, which is a requirement under the statute. Additionally, there's some untimeliness at issue. The cause of action accrued no later than 2020, but the underlying lawsuit was filed in 2023, which is outside of the 2-year statute of limitations period for recovery fund eligibility. And finally, there's a possible procedural bar here. The original hearing deadline may have passed, precluding eligibility for payment from the trust account. What happened there was they had originally filed in February 14th, 2025, and then they withdrew their application. But instead of refiling the application, they reinstated the original application. So there's a 1-year deadline that they have to file for a hearing, and that would have passed on February 14th. So for those reasons, we're going to go ahead and deny RF 26005.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So are you here for 17? That's what I thought.
It's been a whirlwind. Okay, so agenda item 17 restarts the section on proposed rule changes. So again, these are rule changes that should you decide to recommend or propose today, they would go out for public comment. Okay, so agenda item 17 is discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC 535.46 Broker Responsibility Advisory Committee. So there is a statutory provision that requires that the composition of any advisory committee that essentially advises a state agency regarding an industry or occupation regulated or directly affected by the agency has to provide a balanced representation between the industry or the occupations and the consumers of those services. So to help ensure that balanced reputation, the proposed changes replace 2 of the broker member positions with public member positions, and there's corresponding changes made throughout the rule. This rule was discussed at the executive committee and was recommended by that committee for proposal today. The staff recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit proposed amendments to 22 TAC 535.46 Broker Responsibility Advisory Committee as presented, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Okay. All right, so next up is agenda item 18. It's discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC, Chapter 535, specifically the sections 535.62, 535.65, 535.75, and 535.92. So the proposed changes before you today are really some of the first set of changes that we are seeing as a result of the efficiencies and the automation, the capability gained from the Realm portal. specifically in the processing of qualifying real estate coursework. So unlike on the CE side, the current pre-licensing course processing requires a student, not the provider, to upload their course completion certificate. This certificate is then individually reviewed by agency staff who manually enters course completion data one by one. This is time-consuming, as you might expect. It's labor-intensive. What Realm now allows us to do is to automate this process as long as there's either a number, an application number or a license number in place. So the proposed language does this by requiring that the course completion records, the documents we receive that say, hey, the student has completed the course, and that are issued by the provider, include this information. By doing this, this converts the process into something resembling the CE side, so that course completion records are coming from the provider instead of the student, which is arguably more secure. The start date, if this is ultimately adopted, would be October 1st for coursework moving forward, so not something that would go into effect right away. The remaining changes update terminology and streamline the required course completion record information being changed to that term. The staff recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC 535.62, 535.65, 535.75, and 535.92 as presented, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
We have a motion?
Second.
A second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we already knocked out 19.
Yep.
Stick with me, we're just on the last leg of it here. Okay, item number 20, which would be discussion regarding 2027 draft budget and the investment policy, et cetera, budget and financial administration policy. Chief Financial Officer Renata Williams.
Yeah, she may have stepped out. Do you want to move to 22?
Well, sure. Possible, oh yeah, that's Director Buchholz, Executive Director Buchholz, so sure.
Renata is kind of our facilitator of this meeting with all of the meeting logistics, and she's dealing with a meeting logistic right now.
Oh, here she comes.
So agenda item 22 is the strategic plan. And before you today is a draft of this strategic plan. As a reminder, this is the first step of the appropriations process. However, the agency does not participate in the appropriation process as a self-directed, semi-independent agency. But we are required to submit this strategic plan as prescribed by the instructions sent through the Legislative Budget Board in mid-April. The copy you received last week is a draft that we will continue to polish. And so because of our need to continue polishing, and because it is due on June 1st, the Executive Committee discussed at its most recent meeting, and their recommendation is that the Commission delegate final approval authority regarding this fiscal year 2027 through 31 strategic plan to the chair. And we would need a motion to approve that recommendation.
So move.
Can we talk about the plan, or?
You're welcome to.
Let's get we have a second? You got
I'll second.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
I'll tell you a few things about it, and then if you have any questions, you just let me know. But so this, it's called a strategic plan. It ends up being kind of a pretty prescribed report that we simply follow the instructions of the LBB, Legislative Budget Board. It's comprised of a few different elements, primarily our goals, which are to expediently ensure standards of regulated industries, to efficiently enforce regulations, and to effectively communicate. It also includes some performance measures. Those remain pretty consistent over time. And then it also asks for us to identify redundancies and impediments, which ends up being some of the potential room for legislative change next legislative session. We've identified a few things there. Anything you wanted to?
Actually, yes. So I read over it, and I noticed that a lot of it just tracks the speed and volume of things, like the average days, and it takes to issue a license, the applications process, all of that kind of thing. And so it's just a lot of data, but it doesn't show it's all performance-based, but it doesn't account the processes and if they're accurate or they can be relied upon to protect the consumer. It doesn't measure if the license holders are honest, qualified, trustworthy, which is our mission. So I don't know if this kind of report is different from that, but we're supposed to be making sure we're getting qualified people entering our industry, which means qualifications are verified correctly, standards are consistently appraised, background check information is thoroughly checked, investigations are thorough and not a race against the clock, discipline is appropriate. So a race against the clock, which this data is measuring, is risky. It's not protection. So are we measuring some of the right things to lead to consumer protection? Are we just measuring how fast it is to get these things done?
Very reasonable questions. I'll speak to a little bit of it, and I think this might be kind of a larger discussion, kind of philosophically, to have over time. But I would suggest that there's a lot of quantity in this report, and a lot of that is determined by what our performance measures are, which are kind of inherently quantity-based, a lot of data. We have room to measure quality in other ways. You see a lot of that in audits performed. We have just concluded the SAO audit, which measured our accuracy in some of those things. So we have some checks there. I also think that there's a piece of this in the enforcement process, whether or not that's a reactionary mode instead of front end. But I think there's a lot of different pieces to the quality of our work that we address in other ways. This strategic plan is kind of inherently data-driven. Anything else?
Okay. All righty. Thank you very much.
I think you have a motion
You have
and
a
a
motion
second.
and a second.
Oh, we have a motion, I'm sorry. Or we're asking. So we're just, excuse me, we just completed discussion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Going back to agenda item 20, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair. I am pleased to present the first draft of the Texas Real Estate Commission FY 2027 annual budget for the Commission's review and input. This is a 3-year budget proposal, and before I get started, sorry, let me back up. I believe the materials were sent under separate cover for you all. And this is agenda item 20, discussion regarding the FY 27 budget, the budget and financial administration policy, and investment policy. Okay. This is a 3-year budget proposal. However, only FY 27 is proposed for adoption in August. FY 28 and 29 are informational forecasts based on active license holder counts. The goal today is to walk you through the key numbers, be transparent about where we are financially, and just to remind you that this is a working document and it will be revised, and a second draft will be provided to the Budget Committee in July that we will present to the full commission for adoption in August. Staff approached this budget with the goal of ensuring that the agency operates as efficiently and disciplined as possible. On the highlights page of the budget document, you will notice that salary and wages, the FY 27 budget reflects current authorized staffing at 140.8 FTEs and a 2.5% merit pool. This is not an across-the-board raise. Merit increases are awarded at director discretion and based on individual employee performance. Professional fees and services. There was a decrease significantly in FY27 compared to FY26 because we had budgeted for a website redesign in FY26, but that project has been on hold and we're not projecting to pursue that in FY27 at this time. We also no longer have additional one-time services that we have procured in FY26. What remains in 27 is the lean ongoing contractual baselines, such as our internal audit services, our State Office of Administrative Hearings Support, so SOA, and the OAG's office, so Office of the Attorney General Representation. And these are standard operational obligations for a regulatory agency. There's a decrease in travel. Commissioner and staff travel is being reduced to a level that supports necessary travel with limited conference attendance. Our other operating expenses category. Staff identified and incorporated additional efficiencies across this category, including reducing professional memberships, consolidating software licenses, and controlling communication services costs. Capital expenditures category. In FY27, this includes the final year of the RAMP implementation costs. So completing RAMP is a significant milestone for the agency and will reduce technology maintenance costs in the future. There's also a contingency for potential agency relocation costs, which will be a one-time expense. As the executive director mentioned earlier, we will be relocating to 1500 Congress, and so we may have some potential costs in conjunction with that move. Let's see. And the last highlight I wanted to just point out is with the revenue projections are based on our current fee schedule and weighted 3-year averages of license holder counts. This is a conservative, methodology-driven approach consistent with our agency policy and historical practice. All right, moving on to the revenue overview. For FY27, we are projecting $14.4 million as the revenue to be collected in FY27. And as a reminder, license fees are the lifeblood of the agency. They represent over 91 cents of every dollar collected. This concentration is not unusual for our licensing agency, but that does mean fluctuations in the real estate market directly affect our financial health. Projected FY27 revenues of $14.46 million represent a slight recovery from FY26, where we actually projected $12.39 million. And this uptick is driven by license renewal cycle timing and the weighted 3-year average. For the expense overview on page 4 of that budget document, we're projecting expenses totaling $18.9 million for FY27. That includes $11.4 million for salary and wages, $4.1 million for other personnel costs, $467,000 for professional fees and services, $726,000 for capital expenditures, $755,000 for other operating expenses, and our GR contribution of $727,000. All right, on page 5 of the budget document is the line item detail of the budget. And that's where we kind of see the projected fund balance trajectory. But I just wanted to walk through the estimated FY26 ending projections and the FY27. So for FY26, our beginning balance was $12 million. We set aside $4.9 million in our operating reserves. We had $7.1 million in our unassigned fund balance. As of March 1st, we are projecting that we will collect $12.3 million by the end of the fiscal year and have expenses of $18.8 million. This creates an operational deficit of $6.5 million. Again, that was as of March 1st. We're going to continue to refine those projections, base it off of actuals of 9 months worth of activity once I do this again in June to present in July. We're projecting to start FY27 with $5.5 million. We will keep $4.5 million in our operating reserves. We're projecting to collect $14.4 million and have expenditures of $18.9. We will need to tap into our operating reserves in order to cover the deficit. FY '27 will close with a positive ending fund balance of approximate $1.1 million. FY '28 and '29 projections reflect an operational gap under the current fee levels. These years are informational forecasts, not adopted budgets, and will be refined as conditions evolve. The out-year projections demonstrate why the agency continues to evaluate all available tools to sustain long-term fiscal health. That work is ongoing and will inform future budget cycles. On page 6 is the historical revenue. So from FY '26 to '23, TREC consistently outperformed its revenue projections, in some years as much as 38%. This strong performance built the fund balance reserve that the agency carries in FY '27. For FY '24 and '25, those were the first 2 consecutive years where actual revenue came in slightly below projections. This reflects a softer real estate market conditions, including reduced new applications and non-renewals. For FY '27, revenue is projected at $14.46 million, and again, that's based on the weighted 3-year average for license holder counts, and that's our conservative methodology-based projection. Agency staffing on page 7. TREC is proposing 140.8 FTEs in FY '27. This is a slight reduction from the FY '26 authorized, and this is not a reduction in force. It just reflects MOU adjustments in the executive and education divisions and 1 unfilled part-time vacancy that was within finance that will not be backfilled. I don't know if you know, but the largest division is the enforcement division at 37 FTEs, and that consists that's consistent, with TREC's consumer protection mission and regulatory responsibilities. Our IT division holds 20 FTEs, or 17% of the total staff. The total budgeted salary for FY '27 is 11.2, and that's an increase of approximately $263,000 over the FY '26 authorized levels, and that's driven by the 2.5% merit pool and natural salary growth. And again, merits are awarded the discretionary and based on individual performance. I just want to thank you for your attention. This budget does reflect our commitment as operating as efficiently as possible while fulfilling our regulatory mission. Staff will incorporate the Commission's feedback and guidance into the second draft and return in August for Commission's review and adoption. All right, do you want to continue to the, okay. We also have in this same agenda item the FY '27 budget and financial administration policy and the FY '27 investment policy. Those were also provided under separate cover. There were no proposed changes to those policies, and they are the same as the ones that were approved at the August 2025 meeting. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 23. So this is the discussion of possible action regarding performance review and salary of TREC Executive Director, Chelsea Buckholz. And so at the request of Chelsea Buckholz, we have decided to delay any action on that until next February. And the rationale for that is that, number one, we've struggled through the, the realm transition and all of that. And hey, frankly, she feels like that we should get further through that before that gets evaluated, and I think we agree with that. It's hard to evaluate it while the smoke's still in the air. And then the other thing is that as we just heard in the budget discussion, there is a budget deficit looming based on our current fee structures, and so we will be pursuing that, path of raising fees to cover that. But in light of all of that, the optics of her, her increase, in her opinion, are probably not good. So, from I think, I'll speak for myself, I think she's done an exemplary job in leading through this Acela realm conversion. And it's very difficult, as Director Pena described earlier. You go to outside, look at it from any other conversion that's ever done. They're always painful. Vendor always overpromises, probably underdelivers, but we don't know that. That's just the trend of these things. And of course, did you ask the right questions ahead of time? All this will be looked at, but the point of it is that what we had in this this conversion is pretty much exactly what you get every time you go through a full-scale conversion. And so we mentioned it earlier, we're very apologetic about that. It does disrupt people's business, but on the other hand, as I think you're starting to already see, there are a lot of good things coming out of this, and I think, a meeting or two down the road, it'll be exactly or a whole lot clearer as to what those are, and, we'll take a look at Executive Director Buckholz's performance in February next year, which is the time of year where we normally do that, but this is not a reflection on what I think the commission, or certainly I personally, feel about, her performance this year. So, I'll just leave it at that. Okay. 24, discussion and possible action regarding future agenda items. Do we have any of those?
I have one.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to see us put on the agenda discussing the giving of CE credits for attending this meeting.
You think it's?
Huh?
We do.
I know.
You don't think it's?
I don't think I think there are a lot better things out there that agents and brokers could get to serve buyers, sellers, tenants, and landlords than attending this meeting.
Okay.
So.
All right. That's an item. Anything else? Okay. Hearing none. Future meeting dates. We have on the dance card here, August 10th in Austin, and November 9th in potentially a workshop in Austin. So those are the two for the balance of the year. So anything else for the good of the order here? Okay. I call the meeting adjourned.
Make sure you sign out.
Oh, sign out, but only if you want credit.